coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is? Friday morning, good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Coming up, we will have more on the absolutely crazy story involving the FBI investigation and the arrests on Thursday, which have shaken the NBA. We've also got Thursday Night Football talking about Vikings in La La Land. Plus, we preview all the games on the Week 8 schedule in the NFL. We got our college picks. Double D's got his degenerate parlay in. Dylan, I think, has 9 UFC bets, squad parlay, and, oh yeah, game 1 of the World Series tonight. That's all coming up in the next 3 hours. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Once again, it is a Friday. Good morning, Chelsea.
This might be one of the best weeks of the year to be on Sports Talk Radio. Is it not? Like, I feel like there is so much to talk about right now. Because even if you, like, push the NBA stuff out of the way, like, it's still a great time of year for sports. But then you throw in storylines that look like they could be in a Hollywood movie directed by Martin Scorsese. And you're like, oh my goodness, I have to talk to somebody about this. Like, as somebody who also likes talk radio, I listen to a ton of sports talk radio. And it's wild to hear, like, the range of perspectives, especially when it comes to betting. Because you can tell that a lot of people are not very informed in this, like, niche of sports. So it has been a wild 24 hours.
Oh, it's been crazy. I can't wait to talk about it either. I was looking forward to this show. I was up and at 'em this morning. 3:45, I was like, I want to talk about this story because it's just so crazy. So let's talk about your win last night, my loss, and we'll get to it.
Haha, Jenks, I feel like Gen Z because I feel like I manifested this bet because in my handicap, I said, this feels like one that we might get by halftime. And usually I look like an idiot because people are like, this didn't even hit in the full game. But it finally happened. I got one of those bets that hit before halftime. Had Ladd McConkey over 55.5 receiving yards. He had 77 at halftime and 88 for the entirety of the game. So that was really nice. I am not taking that one for granted.
Well, I feel like a boomer because, Vikings didn't show up last night. Another lost bet. Guess I'll call my bookie. Loss for this guy. I had the Vikings plus 3.5. Oh, Lord. Chargers roll Minnesota 37-10. Donkster had the Pacers getting 7.5 against the Thunder, and the Thunder win that game. It was a good one, 141-135. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 4-1-1. I'm 2-5-1. The Donkster is 3-2, but we have bets yet to come here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Let's start with this story. So yesterday morning, the news started to trickle out. Heat guard Terry Rozier and Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups each arrested by the FBI for illegal gambling. In total, 30 individuals have been arrested. This story is bonkers. Bonkers. So Rozier, accused of participating in a sports betting ring that used NBA insider information leading to bets on 7 games from March of 2023 to 2024. In 3 of those games, players allegedly removed themselves from the games to influence the outcomes. Bets were in the thousands of dollars. Chauncey Billups has been charged separately because of underground poker games with ties to 4 different New York mafia families. Allegedly used his celebrity status to attract victims to the games. These games used shuffling machines that could read cards in the deck, special contact lenses, and glasses that could read the cards, x-ray tables. Players defrauded of more than $7 million. And then the other piece of this story is that there's a former Cavaliers player and coach, Damon Jones, was with the Lakers at one point. He allegedly texted a conspirator to make a big bet on Milwaukee in 2023 because he knew LeBron wasn't playing, and those guys played together with the Cavaliers. LeBron not accused of any wrongdoing. So that's kind of the foundation there. Here is Justin Tremaine on the potential impact of these charges on Sirius XM Radio.
The NBA concludes their statement by saying, we take these allegations with the utmost seriousness and the integrity of our game remains our top priority. So that's the statement from the NBA. And that last line, I think, sums up this whole thing. Because that, Sam, as you know, has to be number one. We have to trust what we see out there on the court or it all falls apart. And you could talk about all the other scandals we've seen in recent years, but you're in a situation here where I think this is far worse, if this is proven to be true, than anything Sterling did, anything Sarver did, because as despicable as that behavior was, it didn't impact the integrity of what was taking place on the floor. This does. So this might be the biggest moment and biggest issue that Adam Silver has ever had to deal with.
It's one of the biggest issues in NBA history, without question, Chelsea.
Absolutely, because it's the integrity of the game. And what's wild to me is that so many people are saying, well, what do you expect when there's sportsbook commercials every 5 seconds? It's different because those ads are aimed at fans who can do this. If you are on the team, you should know that this is against the law and it's against the rules. This is similar to somebody saying, oh, well, there was a Budweiser commercial. Maybe I'm going to go drink and then get in my car. No, we know that's illegal. So, like, you still can't break the rules. And what's wild to me is some of this is not even, like, Chauncey Billups was not on FanDuel or, like, you know, BetMGM or whatever. He was doing all kinds of crazy things. He was the face card in a mafia-backed scandal. And the craziest part is that he wasn't even getting paid that much. I think he got, like, you know, like a 10% cut of this, which is wild. So, like, I understand people make bad decisions all the time, but, like, these are real bad decisions. Like, Terry Rozier has made over $120 million career earnings. Why is he doing this? So, again, it falls back to the biggest problem at hand, and that is the integrity of the game, because now everybody's going to be second-guessing every time a player gets an injury.
Every single time. You already have that issue in the NBA where people question the integrity because so many fans have bets on the games, right? And they think, oh, what's going on here? Is someone trying to rig the outcome? That's naturally a part of it, fair or not. So this is going to make things worse. And the crazy thing about this is that if you read into the details, this is straight out of Hollywood. This is like Ocean's 18 or something ridiculous. Just ridiculous. 4 mafia families involved. The Bonanno family, the Gambino family, the Lucchese family, the Genovese family. And apparently what they would do is, I mean, this was rigged from the start. They had x-ray tables. You're wearing contact lenses and glasses that can see which cards are there and which ones are not, which ones are marked. And then what would happen is these fish, as they call them, the people who got caught here, got caught up in this scheme. Once they were in debt, then the mafia used violence to threaten them and say, you got to pay up. They threatened them with physical violence. One bettor lost $1.8 million. This is absolutely going to be a movie. And when we first heard the charges, it was okay, Terry Rozier, we've seen this before. But this whole poker thing with ties to the mafia is just next level.
Oh, absolutely. And, like, my biggest takeaway is that why would you want to do stuff with the mafia for, what, $100,000? Because it feels like Chauncey Billups was already risking a lot. He has such a name and legacy in the NBA, and it felt like he could coach for a long time after this. You know, he would be recognized in, like, legacy ceremonies for, like, the Pistons or whoever. Now all that's gone. And now you're messing around with the mafia? Where, think about, if things go on the wrong side for you, there is much more than you are risking than just money.
Oh, absolutely. And these guys are already multimillionaires many times over. I think that's the one thing I don't get. If you're Terry Rozier, if you're Malik Beasley when he was charged, or at least had those gambling charges leveled against him, if you're Chauncey Billups, why are you doing this when you're already set for life? why are you messing with the mafia? Because I feel like in the end, that generally does not end up well. Just throwing it out there. But you never have the happy ending with the mafia. Like, yeah, I was involved with the mafia for a while. And it's a little dicey, but in the end, we hugged it out and it was fine. Like, this always ends poorly.
Right. But in the meantime, like, how does Adam Silver handle this? Like, this feels like a massive, massive problem. And, like, think about it. We had a great first 2 days of the NBA. Opening night, all the hype for NBA on NBC. You have Wemby looking generational. And now everything is completely overshadowed by this. Like, this is not the way you want to start a season. This is not something you want on your legacy. So I don't know what Adam Silver is going to do about this. Like, people have thrown out all kinds of, like, suggestions saying, okay, maybe you should only be able to bet on player prop on overs as opposed to unders, because overs seem less, you can't manipulate them quite as much. And then some people are throwing out that you shouldn't be able to bet on player props at all. But Jenks, I think a lot of this, like, here's the other part where I think a lot of these actions are being caught because it is legalized and because sportsbooks have so much, information and they have all these IP addresses. But I feel like even if, like, these rules were in place, like, they're still going to break. Like, Chauncey Billups was messing with the mafia. That has nothing to do with, like, a $5 promo bet to win $100.
Right. Yes, the casual bettor is logging on to his or her phone, placing a bet, watching the game. Like, this is way, way deeper than that. So to lump all those things together, I think, is a little specious. So Rozier's lawyer says his client is not a gambler. The NBA says, of course, the integrity of the game is paramount. Rozier and Billups have been placed on leave. Also, I thought this was a little interesting. The FBI has been conducting this investigation for 4 years. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net. The poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. So they've been working on it for a while, and yesterday all of that came home.
Well, Jenks, you're going to like this because as somebody who watches crime shows, some of these puns that they have been using are straight off of, like, Law and Order SVU and, like, CSI, where he, like, lowers his glasses. So this was New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who said this about Terry Rozier. As the NBA season tips off, his career is already benched. Not for injury, but for integrity.
Oh. I'm surprised he didn't pull the old CSI intro. Like, these NBA players tried to fool the FBI, but they shot an air ball. Okay. Thanks, FBI. Appreciate that. Like, you can just go on and on. For the past 4 years, we've been giving these NBA players a full court press. And guess what? They turned it over more than a few times. I mean, it's just like roll off the tongue.
I know. But, like, what I feel like is also getting swept under the rug, because Chauncey Billups' story is, like, so crazy that it's taking us a moment to, like, sit and marinate on that.
Yeah.
Is he's also accused of sitting some of his star players and tipping off that information to somebody. So, like, he is not squeaky clean in the sports betting stuff either. So I don't know what Chauncey Billups has been thinking over the last 5 years, but these decisions, man. And listen, like, we do see this where I think, like, one example I can think of is, like, these powerful men who have, like, a really great life, a family, a beautiful, like, supermodel wife, and they cheat on them. And you're like, what? How does that make sense? But people do dumb stuff all the time because they're greedy and they just want more.
Yeah, and I think there's some sort of thrill and the excitement that comes with that, right? So the money is the money, but already you have millions and millions of dollars. You have tens of millions of dollars. But there's something about, I don't know, the excitement of running some sort of scheme or running around, whatever it is. Because objectively, I don't know what it would be that would make you ever even consider getting involved in something like this, something so illegal, and something this dangerous. Like, when I read the story, hey, once these guys were in debt, the mafia threatened them with physical violence. It's like, hey, you lost at this rigged poker game. Now you're down $500,000. And guess what? If you don't pay up, taking your hand off or something like that. So that's the world you want to get involved in when you've been blessed enough to have a long and world championship NBA career. And look, all of these charges are alleged. These guys are innocent until proven guilty. But this is a stain that will always stay with you and tarnish your legacy no matter what. The FBI ran a 4-year investigation, so this did not come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think it's tough for professional athletes, especially after they're done. Like, maybe they're thrilling the chase of, like, momentum and adrenaline that they just don't get anymore. But you can't do it this way. Go on a roller coaster.
Man, still unbelievable. All right, we did talk about getting to Thursday Night Football. We will. We wagered on that. Didn't work out for me. Worked out for Chelsea. So that's coming up next. Also, we're going to preview every game, Week 8 in the National Football League. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back with a classic. I'll take you back to 1979. The Chargers back in action tonight.
San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers.
Every team should have a theme song. I know they're not in San Diego anymore. We were talking about the Magic theme song, the Orlando Magic, yesterday on the show. And there was a time when a lot of teams had theme songs, like the San Diego Superchargers, which is an awesome song, which you just heard. And someone has a supercut on YouTube of that song and interspersing it with fan sound bites who were asked about the team at the time. And someone was asked, hey, who's your favorite player? He goes, favorite player? Oh, I like all of them. I was like, yeah. Awesome. I love them all. I love them all for the Superchargers. But I thought about that during last night's game when the Superchargers were just rolling the Vikings.
So this sounds like it had to be the 70s, right?
Yes. 1979.
Like the sound of the music. Yeah. So Jenks, I was going to ask you, like, it feels like Studio 54. So you tell us your experiences of Studio 54.
Well, I was coming out of my second divorce. Of course, I'd been working 30 years in the entertainment industry. What a wild time that was, you know. I had a good time before I finally settled down, but 54 was just unbelievable. The drinks and the drugs were flowing, and, you know, people judge now, but that was just something we did back in the time. You know, we'd go out, we'd party late, we'd meet each other. It wasn't a big deal, and we'd go to work the next day, maybe not feeling so great, and then we'd do it again the next night. And I had a velvet suit you would not believe. Also, I was 6 during that time, but that's how I imagine it went.
Oh, I had to pick on you there. I feel like that was too easy.
Yeah.
But that was a very detailed description. It sounds like you could have actually thrived during that decade. And I will say this. I feel like the parties back then, before social media, before everybody had a phone to record things, they had to be way better. Like, I feel like the parties now have to suck. Nobody can do anything without it being caught.
Yeah. You could do whatever. Oh my God, I would go back in time if I could. I feel like I was just born like maybe a decade and a half, 2 decades too late. Like, I would have thrived in the 70s. In the 80s? Forget it. Forget it. I would have thrived. Would have been awesome. Because that's the thing. You hear all these stories, and there's a mystique to them because not everything was recorded. And I don't mean to sound like an old man. But imagine a time when you didn't have, or you weren't worried about recording everything or getting pictures because it didn't really exist. It was, let's just go out and have a good time and see what happens. And there's kind of a magical thing about that.
Yeah, I bet Justin Herbert would have loved that time of,
Man,
the decade. Because he hates social media and he like doesn't like posting. And there's like a running joke with like the social team that like every time they try to like get a soundbite from him, he like walks away or like, turns his head. So I do think that he absolutely would have slayed with that hair. And he would have loved that he didn't have to post on social media all the time.
Oh, my God. Totally get that. I love that. We got to talk about the Superchargers because they looked awesome last night. I mean, just absolutely destroyed the Vikings. Oh, my God. I'm looking at this box score right now live because I'm just so bummed at what I saw. 37-10. It wasn't close. When the Chargers just drove right down the field first drive of the game, I thought this is not going to work out well. Chargers cover the 3. Chargers minus 185 with a money line. Vikings do not come close. Total set at 44 and a hook. And it is the under that hits. Justin Herbert goes, or over, I should say. Justin Herbert, 18 of 25, 227 yards to go along with 3 scores.
2nd and 10. Going for it all. Out in front. Hold in. Lad McConkey. Touchdown.
That is Al Michaels on Amazon Prime. McConkey, 6 catches, 88 yards, and a score. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Chargers have their 2 top running backs out. So Kamani Vidal takes over, 23 rushes, 117 yards, and a score. And the Chargers score 30 points for the first time this season. They don't have to punt a single time, and they end their skid of 3 losses in 4 games. This was impressive from the jump.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the takeaway for a lot of people is that, wow, Justin Herbert looked fantastic in this game, but there was a reason for that. So for me, this was the Joe Alt game. And I understand people don't love talking about left tackles, but he has been a difference maker for the Chargers this year. They improved to 4-0 this year when Joe Alt starts and finishes a game. And these numbers for Justin Herbert with Joe Alt on the field are noticeably better. With Joe Alt on the field this year, Justin Herbert is averaging 8 yards per attempt, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks, 107.2 passer rating. Without him, 6.7 yards per attempt, 7 touchdowns, 5 picks, and a passer rating of 88. So I know offensive linemen don't get a ton of love, but Joe Alt deserves some flowers for what he did last night and what he's done for the Chargers this season. Welcome back, Joe Alt.
Yeah, Kamani Vidal going for 117 on the ground, which I mentioned. That doesn't happen unless Joe Alt is back in the game. You know what I mean? So it's not sexy to talk about offensive linemen, but when you're talking about an elite offensive lineman, it opens things up because if you're the Chargers, what's the one thing they want to do? They want to use the ground game to help unlock Justin Herbert, and that's exactly what happened last night. And also, if you look at the Chargers right now, Chelsea, I mean, they're only 1 game behind the Chiefs. So I know they've hit a skid recently, and we were talking about what's happened to L.A., but they're right in this thing.
Well, absolutely. Like, if they have Joe Alt in there and Justin Herbert is playing the way he did last night, they feel like they have a chance against just about anybody. And we saw that the first game of the year because Joe Alt played in that one, and the Chargers beat the Chiefs. I understand that game was in Brazil, so maybe it was a little wonky. But still, this was the flash of Justin Herbert that I think people have been waiting. I don't want to say waiting to see because we have seen little like stretches of it because Justin Herbert is supremely talented. And for somebody who is that talented, it feels like he probably should have achieved more by now. But it's just like the Chargers coaching situation over the past several years has not been great. The Chargers just have this like bad rap as, you know, an organization that just can't win in the postseason. So I don't know if this is the year. I still have trouble trusting the Chargers as a whole. But if they get this version of their offense, they are going to be very, very dangerous.
Yes, they are. And what's going on with the Vikings? How do we feel about Minnesota now? Minnesota was absolutely terrible last night. I mean, they held the ball for 21 minutes total. They went 3 of 12 on 3rd down. Carson Wentz. I was trying to be nice to Carson Wentz yesterday on the show and saying, that's how I knew when my voice started cracking. Yeah, he's all right. He can do a good job. He did not do a good job.
I also am not so sure that he's 100% healthy. Like, because people were floating these rumors that his shoulder keeps getting hurt, but it keeps playing through it. So the Vikings have some real quarterback issues because there's even rumors about, you know, what's going on with J.J. McCarthy because some people are saying, well, he's hurt, he's not going to play. And then some people are saying he might not be hurt and they might just be benching him. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but when you don't have any quarterbacks who are 100% healthy and 0 quarterbacks who are putting out good numbers, that is not a good sign. That is a lot to overcome in the NFL, no matter how much talent you have on your defense.
That's absolutely right. So Jim Harbaugh said after the game, our team really responded. They did, and they're right there in the division race. All right, we had to talk about Week 8 in the NFL, so let's get to it. And the early slate, what we can expect this weekend. Oh, Double D. Let's start. Giants and Eagles in Philadelphia on Sunday. Receiver A.J. Brown engaged in his normal pregame routine of reading a book, which gave him tips on playing poker from Chauncey Billups. Why not? I don't really like this game. Like, I don't know the Eagles. Who are the Eagles? Like, I don't know you. Like, who are they? They're the world champions. They don't really like each other. They won last week. A.J. Brown, 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts looked amazing in that game. They're the friend that has it all but seems to be perpetually unhappy. Have the Eagles put it together enough to cover 7.5 against the G-Men?
I think this has way too much volatility because, like, on both sides of the coin, both of these teams feel pretty volatile to me. You have the Eagles who, on paper, and, if you look at any of the advanced metrics, are not a good team, but they're also 5-2 and just won a Super Bowl last year. Then you look at the Giants, who are 2-5, but have that explosive play potential with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. So it's one of those things where, like, I could see both outcomes. I could see the Eagles winning in an absolute rout because I think on the surface you see this line for the first time. You say, oh, the Giants can keep it within 7.5. The Eagles have been so up and down this year, and we know the Giants, have some good fight in them. Maybe they're not going to win the game, but you do feel like they can keep it within 7.5 points. But when you see these type of lines in the NFL, I always feel cautious because when it feels too good to be true, it usually is.
That's exactly right. I will pass on this game, but I am interested in this one. Dolphins, Falcons. I know on the outside you're like, why would you care about this game? Dolphins are laying 7.5, or the Falcons are, I should say. Falcons minus 400. Dolphins plus 310. Total set at 44 and a hook. I feel like you should just lay it with Atlanta here because the Dolphins are just such a mess. Are the Dolphins going to come to play? This feels like a team that has absolutely quit.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And they have had all kinds of issues stopping the run, which is not great when you're facing somebody by the name of Bijan Robinson. So I think you could look at this game in two ways. You could say, hey, maybe I look at an under here because I do think the Dolphins might have trouble scoring points against a defense that's on paper one of the best in the entire NFL. Like, the only drawback I have is that this is an indoor setting, and usually the Dolphins skill players are a little better when they play on turf. But still, I cannot make a case for the Dolphins. I just can't. So I won't. And I will say the Falcons are going to win this game. The Falcons are a team that I sometimes have a little trouble trusting, but this should be a smash spot for them. They have kind of crumbled in some of these games, but this should not be one of them. Miami should out-crumble them in Atlanta.
As the Dolphins have started to fade, as the Dolphins have gotten worse, Mike McDaniel's ability to put together a sentence has started to fade. His press conferences. Yeah. Well, when you win, it's winning. And when you don't, it's the NFL. And that's something that happens. And you're like, oh my God. You okay, coach? You lost like 30 pounds, and then he ignored Quinn Ewers coming off the field, which I know we talked about, but watching that video is something where Ewers is like, hey, I just took my first snaps pro football. Mike McDaniel's staring off into the ether. Oh, they're just such a mess. It's a competition between he and Aaron Glenn to get fired first, so I'd lay it with the Falcons. Okay, here we go. Jets, Bengals, Browns, Patriots. Do you have a preference here?
Let's do Jets Bengals first because I like the total in this game. If you believe in the Bengals offense at all, I think this is an over game because we were told going into the year that at least the Jets would have a good defense. It has not been the case. This is a team that, reeks of desperation, but I don't think that really plays into the handicap here. So I think for me and the Bengals, especially if Joe Flacco is playing, we know he can sling it. 44.5, it feels like a very low total. And let's face it, like the Bengals defense still doesn't really scare me. So no matter who's playing at quarterback for the Jets, I think this is one that goes over. But I will say maybe do a quick check of the weather before you do this one because we are getting into that territory, Jenks. I don't know if the weather has changed there in DC, but it is starting to get cold in places. So keep that in mind when you are playing totals.
Yeah, I was reading the Washington Post last week. I was joking about El Nino and La Nina here on the show. And there was a whole article that popped up on my phone about how we're getting La Nina this year. I was like, oh, we are? All right. So, but yeah, it's that time of year where it's a huge part of handicapping. You never know, especially those, I feel like those AFC North outdoors games where it's either rainy or cold. I would still lay with the Bengals. Joe Flacco, 2-0 against the number in his starts for Cincinnati. Also, the Jets. Woof. Okay. Browns and Patriots. Got a minute to talk about this one. Patriots are laying 7. They're minus 350 on the money line, and the Browns are plus 280. Total set at 40 and a hook. I feel like I'm laying some big numbers here, but the Patriots are really, really good and just kind of out of nowhere, I feel like.
This is another game that feels too good to be true, right?
Yes.
Like, it just feels like the Patriots are just cruising right now. The offense is amazing. You know, the defense is great. And Mike Vrabel, we know, is a defensive-minded head coach. And I have trouble believing in this Browns offense. Like, Dylan Gabriel, I don't think stands a chance here. Maybe he's going to get better as the season goes on. But this feels like Patriots all the way, especially when they're playing at home.
Yeah, I agree. Dylan Gabriel against the Mike Vrabel defense. And by the way, Patriots should be plenty motivated. They lead the AFC East right now over Buffalo. So big number. I would still lay it as well. Coming up next year on the show, the Bucs look to get right after that loss to the Lions. So they're meeting the Saints just in time. More from NFL Sunday next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on Friday. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up, time for the afternoon slate on Sunday in the NFL. And just maybe, some primetime revenge for Aaron Rodgers. You know what I was thinking about? And it's been really nice. Aaron Rodgers has been super quiet this year. No talk about smooth poops. No talk about doing drugs somewhere overseas. No talk about finding himself. No putting his foot up to the camera like, yeah, look at my foot. It's not in good shape. No going on Pat McAfee and dropping some sort of nugget that you're like, all right, are you saying this because you're paid to go on the show or because you believe it? He's just been playing football, and I have to say I've kind of enjoyed it.
Right. It's weird how likable he is when he doesn't talk.
I know. What a ringing endorsement. When this guy doesn't talk, I really like him. It's true, though.
But it does make it feel like his main focus is football, right?
Right.
Because I think that's what people have, like, bones about. Like, if your team is not winning and you're doing all this, like, sideshow nonsense, that's when people start to get angry. You can do all the sideshow nonsense if your team is winning, but if you're not winning, don't do that. But it just so happens we are getting the best of both worlds where the Steelers are winning games and Aaron Rodgers is not talking. So it is very nice. But Jenks, I told you I've been rewatching The Office.
Yeah.
Did you remember that Aaron Rodgers was in an episode of The Office?
He was? No, I didn't remember this at all.
It's the second to last episode. He is a judge on like a talent competition show that Andy Bernard like competes in. And I was like, Aaron Rodgers is in this show? And it's so weird because he looks so young. Because remember, this was like
a long time ago.
Almost 15 years ago. But I did see that, and it was crazy. I feel like that's a good bit of trivia. Because I feel like everybody knows he was in Game of Thrones. That was like a big deal. But I forgot about The Office.
It's crazy, too, at least for me, is that when you see something iconic like that, like a sitcom or something, you always think of those characters as always being that way. I do. And then you see them now like in commercials and they look so much older, which of course makes sense. But it's just that I look older. Everybody looks older from back then. But you know what I mean? Where you have this vision of who they are because those moments in that show just stood out so much.
Right. And because it's a visual medium and you will always remember, watching a show, watching a movie. But that's kind of nice. Like, think about like these movie stars who are frozen in time in their absolute prime. Like, I feel like that's not a bad thing. I would love that.
Yeah, me too. Instead, it's you asking me about Studio 54 back in the day. Well, let's start with Sunday Night Football since we're talking about Aaron Rodgers. Might as well, right? Steelers hosting the Packers. Green Bay laying 3. They're minus 170 on the money line. Pittsburgh is plus 140. Total set at 45 and a hook, and I like the Steelers and the points. And Rodgers says it's not a revenge game. He's just happy to play his former team. I don't know if I believe that or not. I will say he also made it a point to say yesterday that he wants to retire a Packer and that he's grateful for his time there. So I think any sort of derision or, tension that may have been there after he was traded away has faded, which time will do that. But you get Mike Tomlin as a dog in prime time. I think I'm going to be in the Steelers here.
I feel like this is one of those betting trends that we've had for like 10 years where it's like Mike Tomlin as a home underdog is something you should be betting on because the numbers are good. Since 2007, Mike Tomlin 21-7-3 against the spread as a home underdog. That is the best record in the NFL during that stretch. So, Jenks, do you think this stat alone is something to base your bet on?
I think that's part of it. And also the Packers are 0-3 against the number on the road this season. So you put those trends together, and it just lines up for a Steelers win. I like the Steelers on the money line as well, at plus 140. I don't think it's a bad bet.
But what have we been saying about the Steelers? It feels like all season long that like some of their numbers are padded by like some of the opponents that they've played, and maybe like be a little careful when you're talking about them as one of the best teams in the AFC So, like, that kind of scares me because I will say the Packers are a very talented team.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Like, it's not going to shock me if the Steelers come out and lay an egg. But again, you look at these numbers for Mike Tomlin, and it's a home game for the Steelers. I wouldn't be shocked either way.
All right, let's go to a game that maybe you have a stronger opinion on. I don't know. Buccaneers and Saints. They're in New Orleans. Bucs are laying 4. They're minus 235 on the money line. New Orleans plus 195. Total is 47. This line seems a little low to me. I actually think that the Saints might be the right side, but I don't like putting my money on bad teams. Short week for Tampa. They're banged up. Mike Evans out for the season. That's brutal. But Baker Mayfield, as we know, has elevated all that receiver core around him. And I will say this about the Saints. Look, they're a bad football team, but they don't quit. Like, they will play tough until the final whistle, and also money's coming in on New Orleans. This line open with Tampa minus 4.5 is shortened to 4.
Yeah, it's even 3.5 in some spots. So
okay.
that makes me feel a little cautious to bet on the Bucs here because you look at this game, you're like, the Bucs, they're one of the best teams in the NFC, and the Saints are not. But here's the thing, like, this is still a divisional matchup. And we've seen this in years past that these two teams usually play each other pretty tough. So I think that's why the line has dropped so precipitously. And plus, we've seen the Bucs kind of play in some like low-scoring affairs against teams that probably shouldn't have been hanging around. Like, what sticks out in my mind is that Bucs game against, who was it, the Texans? I think it was a primetime game where that game was really close and it really shouldn't have been. Yeah, the Bucs won 20-19. And you look at another divisional matchup, the Bucs won on the road at the Falcons 23-20. So it's one of those games that it looks like it should be the Bucs all the way, but the line is a little suspicious to me. It would not shock me if the Bucs win in a close game.
I think that's kind of what they do. That's just their MO. You know, you pointed out all of those results. That's kind of what they do. And so if you like the Saints, grab it at 4 before it hits 3.5. Okay. You ready for this one? Titans at the Colts. Your Titans visiting Indianapolis and Lucas Oil. The Colts are laying 14. The Colts are minus 1,200. The Texans, God love you if you like the Texans on the money line. Or the Titans, I should say. Plus 750. Total is set at 47, Chelsea.
I feel like this is a game that's an outlier for like everything you learn in betting. Because you see this game on paper, like 14 points in a divisional matchup. That's too many points. But let's look at the other divisional matchups that the Titans have played this year.
Okay.
They got smoked by the Colts earlier this season, 41-20. They lost to the Texans 26-0. The Texans beat them 26-0. So now you have a Colts team that leads, it feels like, every single metric in the NFL when it comes to scoring margin, you know, one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL. And then you look at the Titans, who are cellar dwellers in just about every metric. They fired their head coach. Not that, you know, that matters for anything. I honestly feel like they're probably better without him. So it's just a Titans team that it just feels like there is no logic other than just, hey, the NFL is chaos sometimes. But, like, do you really want to put your money on that? I don't, so I won't.
No. The only case for the Colts, well, for the Titans, I should say, is that the number's big. And that's, I hate that as a handicap. Well, they're getting 14 points. It's like, okay, how could they cover that 14? It is a monster spread, the National Football League. There's no question about that. But how could they cover it? I don't know. They're outclassed in every metric. And also, the Colts, you just have to accept, I know it's hard to accept a team that's been bad for a long time being good, but the Colts are well coached. Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes is playing great. Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield has been this year's Saquon. Like, the Colts are really good, and they're at home. So, are you going to be stunned if you look up on Sunday and it's 35-7 Indy? I'm not.
No, I think the only way the Titans have a chance is maybe in the first half. Because we saw this in the Patriots game. The Titans, like, I don't know, at least had a prayer for maybe covering the number. But in the second half, they're just exposed. And, like, usually this is a sign of when your head coach is good, you make adjustments at halftime. That's not the case for the Titans. They get noticeably worse. And, like, here's the bottom line for me. The Titans have trouble scoring points. Like, the only time they score, like, you know, more than 20 points was against the Cardinals. And the Cardinals, like, gifted them several like short field positions. And it was just like a comedy of errors for the Titans to win that game. And the Cardinals aren't even that good. So it would take a lot for the Titans to even keep it close with the Colts. It hurts my heart because I hate the Colts, but it does feel like it's going to be the Colts in a rout.
It cracks me up. I don't know why. God, I hate the Colts. Hate the Colts. I know. I get it. I mean, divisional rival. What are you going to do? Finally, Cowboys-Broncos. I think you've convinced me on this one. I think I'm going down the route that you're going. Denver laying 3.5. They're minus 175 on the money line. The Cowboys are plus 145. High total. Total set at 50 and a hook. You were talking with me about the Cowboys earlier this week and how they can hang with Denver. And I kind of think you're right. You convinced me on this. Cowboys defense is just so bad. Like, as good as the Cowboys offense is, Dak can sling it. He's having a great year. CD's back. The defense is so bad. I kind of like the under, though, in this game. I know potentially you could see kind of a shootout. But here's the thing. The under has hit in Denver games in only 2 games in the last 5 years. Like, I don't know if it's the altitude. I don't know if it's the Broncos defense this year. But I think there's going to be enough stops to keep this under the number. I'm going under.
As somebody who's played a lot of unders for the Broncos, like, I totally get it. But this total is also going up because now at BetMGM, it's 51.
Good.
And I do feel like if there is any offense that can score, it's the Cowboys. And if there's any defense that can give up a bunch of points to the Broncos, a team that really wants to run the football, it's still going to be the Cowboys defense, you know? So it's one of those where I feel like it's kind of correlated for me, is that if this is a shootout, the Cowboys have a shot. And let the record reflect that I like the Cowboys in a teaser, getting 9 points.
Okay.
That feels like a bit of a different handicap than a team only getting 3.5. And this was 3. It's gone up to 3.5. So I'm not sure if I believe in the Cowboys just in the normal number, but I do think they can get a backdoor cover because of that offense, and because in my teaser they are getting 9 points.
I do think there are better games on the card than this one. Games where it seems to be a cleaner handicap, so probably going to stay away from that one. But we'll see what happens in Denver. Coming up in 5 minutes. Oh, we are not done with football here on the show. Not even close. We will check out the college slate and do it next in hour 2 on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. It's a Friday here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. And if you don't want to talk about sports right now, check your polls, because this is the best time of year, ladies and gentlemen. We have some marquee college football games on the slate this weekend. We have game 1 of the World Series tonight, and we have all kinds of parlays coming your way this hour as well. And if you're thinking to yourself, are they even going to talk about the chaos that's going on in the NBA with the gambling stuff? We are. It's coming up at 8. And if you ever miss any part of our show, you can always download the podcast. Just search the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. So, Jenks, in this segment, of course, we're going to be talking about college football. And the College Game Day celebrity picker is none other than Nate Bargatze, because it's here in Nashville this week. And Nate Bargatze is from Middle Tennessee. In fact, he's from just across the lake in Mount Juliet. And he also went to Vol State, which people affably call Harvard on the highway here in Gallatin. So right down the road from me. And it feels kind of ironic that he's there for Vanderbilt, which is a very smart school. And Nate Bargatze kind of makes his living kind of poking fun at himself for being a dumb guy.
Those are generally the smartest guys. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Where when you listen to them, Norm Macdonald used to do this. And, of course, I'm just like a massive Norm stan. RIP. He was just the best. And would always talk about he's just not a smart guy. And I'm like, you're the smartest guy. And Nate Bargatze is very similar, where they talk about how they're not very smart, but their humor is extremely intelligent, right? Because they have to view things through a certain lens, and they're able to do it in a self-depreciating way, which makes them so affable and relatable and authentic to everyone. So I love that for him. And also, if you look at him through the years, if you go back and look at videos, which I have, like, his evolution has been super interesting to watch. But good on him. He seems like a really good dude who deserves all that he's getting.
I think it goes to show that, like, self-awareness goes a long way.
Mm-hmm.
And there are more than, like, one type of intelligence. Because, like, if you look at him academically speaking, like, he flunked out of Western Kentucky. And then he went to Vol State. When I say Harvard on the highway, I am being completely facetious. This is not a school that you brag about.
Right.
It's very small. It's across the street from a Dunkin' Donuts and a McDonald's. But it's one of those things that he has just made everything so relatable, because as much as it is nice, I'm sure, to be really intelligent, people relate more to people who are mediocre and average in life. And I think Hughes made a living of that.
Well, I think he's exceptional, but someone who carries himself as an average person, you know, and those are the most relatable people, because I've met people who are super smart, exponentially smarter than I am, but they're so relatable and so kind that you can have a conversation with them. They don't talk down to you. They don't condescend to you. And those are the best. I mean, you can always make yourself feel better talking to a dullard. You know why I like the Jets? I've just always liked the Jets. That's why. I'm like, okay, well, that sounds good. But also, you can meet very highly skilled people who don't have that air about them, or who don't take themselves that seriously. And then you can really connect with those people and learn something along the way.
Yeah, but he has the background. Like, he's not making this up. Like, he's not a fraud.
Yeah.
Like, he worked at a cell phone kiosk at Walmart. He delivered furniture, and he read a water meter for a company in Mount Juliet here in Tennessee, which is a small suburb of Nashville that's kind of country. So it's one of those things where, like, he's not a fraud in this as well. So I think people can see that too.
Yeah.
I think we are living in a generation of people who are craving authenticity, and it feels like his background, like, it matches what he's saying as well. So that's great. So I'm looking forward to him on College Game Day. I happen to think he is very, very funny as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's awesome. I love his stuff. His clips come up all the time on TikTok. Like I try to adjust the algorithm on my TikTok so it's like animals and stand-up comedy and then something you can learn as opposed to like, someone on their phone. Like, I just got finished with the drive-thru at Kentucky Fried Chicken here in Lexington, and they are overcharging. Look at these nuggets. There's supposed to be 8, and there's only 6. I'm like, oh, okay, God. Swipe. How did this end up on my algorithm? I don't want to see this. So I try to keep the algorithm like puppies, dogs, comedy, something that puts me in a good mood before I put my phone down.
See, I would like that on my feed. The people complaining at KFC, it's like right up my alley. Like the people I hate are the people who are like so privileged, but they don't know it. Mm-hmm. They're like, if you want to be skinny, just be skinny. And you're like, oh, thanks.
Wow. Here's the perfect TikTok for you. Hey, guys, I'm walking into Dunkin'. Let's see how crappy the coffee is today. Here we go. I just got it. And by the way, Sarah just started working behind the counter. She has no idea what she's doing. It took her 3 minutes to run my credit card. Ugh. Once again, watered down. This is like coffee water. It's totally gross. I don't even know why I go here. That's TikTok.
Yeah, that's not even a joke. That's true.
Exactly.
That was nothing but facts. But you know what? I'll probably still go there later today. It's fine. Treat yourself. All right, Jenks, let's talk some college football because we do have a nice slate today. And like I mentioned, College Game Day is here in Nashville. It has been a long time coming. Number 10 Vanderbilt hosting number 15 Missouri. Vanderbilt short home favorites here, laying 2.5. Total of 51.5. So Missouri has proven that they can play with some of the best teams in the SEC. Saw that game against Alabama.
Okay.
And Vanderbilt is a team with a ton of swag, led by Diego Pavia. So what side are you taking here? Are you going with the home team and Diego Pavia? Or are you saying, hey, I think Missouri has a fighting chance?
I do love Diego Pavia. I just love watching him play. There's some players in college football who are just a blast to watch, and he is one of them. But I will say that as hot as I've been on Vanderbilt, and I thought about taking Vanderbilt minus the points because they're laying 2.5. You can get them on the money line at a decent price if you want. I kind of like the over in this game because Pavia and that offense can absolutely generate points. They're 4th in EPA in rushing in college football. But if you look at their defense, they will give up the big play. They've done that on a regular basis. Their running defense, rush defense, is not that good. And also, when you look at Mizzou, Bo Perbula has been pretty good this season. The transfer from Penn State wasn't good against Auburn last week, but was very good against Alabama in Columbia. It's going to be a close game. I think we maybe go to overtime, but we're going to see a lot of points. I want to be on the over here.
I think what scares me about Missouri in this situation, and I do like the overplay, is that Missouri has played in back-to-back really tough games. So they played in that, thriller against Alabama. Alabama won that one 27-24. That one was in Missouri. Then they play in an overtime game on the road against Auburn. So now they have a game that's on College Game Day, or featured by College Game Day, I should say. And it's against a top 10 team. So sometimes this can be a handicap in the NFL where situationally it is just a gauntlet. And sometimes it wears on these teams. So that's what scares me about Missouri. But it's not like Vanderbilt's been playing like terrible teams either. Yeah. So I don't know if that's a real handicap, especially in the SEC where most of these teams are playing tough teams week in and week out. I am going to lean towards Vandy here, though. It just feels like this is a team that is just bottled up. So much emotion for, what they're doing this year. And it's not just Diego Pavia. It's the offensive line that's paving the way for the run game and for what Diego Pavia is doing. Yeah. I'm not going to fault him for having one bad game against Alabama. So I do think Vanderbilt gets the job done. But it's not a game I'm going to put my money on because I do think from a watching perspective, this should be a great game. Yeah. All right, elsewhere on the slate, we have some other games in the SEC. Number 4, Alabama at South Carolina. Alabama laying 11.5. Texas A&M, Jenks' favorite school, on the road at number 20, LSU, laying 2.5. And let's see, in the SEC, I guess Ole Miss and Oklahoma fits the bill. Oklahoma laying 5.5, another team that Jenks absolutely loves. Of those SEC games, are you betting on any of them?
I got a few that I like here.
I do think Ole Miss can hang with Oklahoma. This seems like too many points to me. And I know Oklahoma's defense across the board is exceptional. If you look at virtually every statistic, Oklahoma is top 2, top 5. So Ole Miss could have some issues moving the ball. But I will also say, conversely, the Sooners' offense is very mediocre. And John Mateer is kind of banged up. I know he came back, after 17 days or something ridiculous after surgery on his thumb. But he got really banged up in that Texas game and hasn't necessarily been the John Mateer that we saw early in the season because I think he's just battered and bruised. They ask him to do everything on that offense. So when you have such a creative mind like Lane Kiffin, then I think this is too many points. He can keep it within the number and have at least enough success against that Sooners defense, kind of the way Texas did, even though Texas can't really move the ball offensively. And I know that's a rivalry game, so that's not really a factor here. But I like the Rebels.
I think it is strength on strength because you look at Ole Miss's offense and, coming into the Georgia game, they were averaging over 500 yards a game. And, they still scored 35 points in that Georgia game. They just needed to score more in the fourth quarter. But then you look at Oklahoma's defense. So maybe it's going to be a little bit tougher for Ole Miss to put up those points. But sometimes I like taking teams coming off a really demoralizing loss because it doesn't feel like a buy low situation on Ole Miss. They're still a great team. It's just they met a Georgia team that looks like one of the most resilient teams in college football. And in the end, it was Georgia that just kind of outlasted them and almost couldn't really stop the run towards the end of this game. So that kind of scares me a bit. But I do think from a stock up, stock down perspective, Ole Miss feels like the play to me at 5.5.
Yeah, I think so too. And I just like Lane. Did you see the tweet that Miss Terry had this week? Or actually it was a quote from Nick Saban's wife, Miss Terry. And she said something to the effect of, she was asked about whether Nick Saban would come back into coaching. And she said something to the effect of, I know for a fact that if Nick came back, he would absolutely win another national title. But we're having a great time. He's not going to come back. And we want to give our chance to our baby coaches like Lane and Kirby.
Oh.
And so Lane Kiffin retweeted and was like, thanks, Miss Terry, and put a laughing emoji. It was very funny. They're baby coaches that they brought along.
And really, is he going to talk trash back to Miss Terry?
Right.
She's a saint. You can't.
She's a
You
saint.
can't say anything with that. You just laugh.
Exactly.
That is funny. All right. So elsewhere in college football, Jenks, are you going to be fading North Carolina again? I still can't believe they covered last game. We also have Indiana laying a big number against UCLA. We have Georgia Tech playing this week, laying 17.5. So elsewhere in college football, is there any other game that at least interests you?
I'm going to make this an official pick, and I'll go deeper into it on Pick 6. God help me. I kind of like South Carolina getting 11.5 at home against Bama. I know you're looking at me like, what are you thinking? South Carolina has lost, 4 straight now? They've been a real disappointment this season. But, man, this is a bad spot for Alabama because their schedule has just been brutal. Just absolutely brutal. And then they got LSU next week. They got Oklahoma in the game after that. And they've already played Georgia, Vandy, Missouri, and Tennessee. This is that classic look-ahead spot or letdown spot where you've had a gauntlet of a schedule, and then you finally get a break, in theory, right, on the road against South Carolina before your schedule picks up again. So this line opened with Bama laying 12.5, now 11 and a hook. So we are seeing some South Carolina money. This will be one of those games that South Carolina gets up for. They have a chance to at least do something this season and beat Alabama, whereas Bama's going to be like, oh, God, it's a game where we finally get a break, and then we'll get back into the real depth of the SEC schedule. I feel like this is a touchdown win for Alabama.
It does feel like Alabama has been fighting for their lives for the past month or even more. Because think about it. Think about to the start of the season when people were calling for Kalen DeBoer's job.
Yep.
So starts the stretch of Alabama hosting Wisconsin. Alabama had to get some respect back in that game. They won that one handily. Next up, they go to Georgia. On the road, they play in a tight one, win it 24-21. Then they play against a Vandy team that obviously has some spark to it. They win that one. Then they go on the road to Missouri, win a tight one, 27-24. Then a rivalry matchup against Tennessee. They won it handily, but your point stands, and I think it is a very good one, that this has been a tough stretch for Alabama. And the question is not, do they win this game? It's, do they cover this number? So 11.5, it feels rich, but I am worried about the Alabama offense just kind of going off here because, you know, Ty Simpson's in the Heisman talks, and this offense has just been otherworldly. So if there is a sabotage factor, it's the fact that Alabama could score 45 points in this game. All right, coming up next, game 1 of the World Series. It feels like we've been waiting 2 weeks, but we finally get first pitch tonight. We'll talk about Dodgers Blue Jays after the break here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, guys, it is finally here. World Series Game 1 between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. It feels like this should have started like several days ago, but Major League Baseball made us wait around. But wait no longer, my friends, because tonight will be wondrous. Dodgers and Blue Jays squaring off in Toronto. And Jenks, we will get into everything we're betting on this game in just a few minutes. But it's wild to me. You look at this matchup, and I think a lot of people are going to call it like David versus Goliath. But like, what's a French name that means David? Would it be like David? Like, you have to put a French spin on it, right? Since it's Canadian.
I like we're just giving out languages here that probably aren't true.
Nah.
David? Nah, whatever. I'm not sure. That would be my guess, but I don't really know. I think that's correct.
It is David.
Ah, thank you, Double D. I knew he would know. His name's David. David.
David. That sounds Spanish to me. I think there is a soccer player by the name of David Villa, or like maybe it's David Villa. I'm not sure. I remember we had to cover training camp for New York City Football Club one year in Fort Myers, and they had all these like former like Europe soccer stars. I was like, oh, it's David Villa. And somebody's like, are you kidding me? Do you ever watch soccer? It's David. I'm like, no, I don't watch soccer because I'm American. Like, what? You're the stupid one for thinking that I did.
When I was, this is many moons ago, when I was a beat reporter for MLS. And I covered DC United. And I mean, we're talking about international rosters here, even in Major League Soccer. So I would have to go down and learn all of the pronunciations because obviously I wanted to nail them and get them right. And it was very, very difficult. Best player on the team at the time was Ben Olsen, who later became head coach. Benny was awesome here in D.C. I was like, well, at least I know Ben Olsen. I can start there. But then I had to build out and learn all of these international pronunciations, and it was tough. And that's the way soccer is.
Yeah, and then I did feel stupid when I did a quick Wikipedia check, and they're like, David Villa is, I'm probably butchering that. I don't care. Whatever, it's soccer.
I call him Dave Villa.
Regarded as one of the best strikers of his generation. I was like, how did I miss this? I guess I only know of soccer players if they're like married to a Spice Girl or if they have like some other thing attached to them. So sorry, I didn't know who he was.
If it doesn't include Posh Spice or Baby Spice, I'm not interested.
I mean, fair. Like, I know that's a joke, but it's also true. And it's fine. But luckily for you guys, I do follow baseball players, no matter who they are married to. And we have a great series, I think, on hand between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. So the opening price on this Game 1 matchup is LA minus 150 road favorites, because it should be noted that since the Blue Jays had the best record in baseball or over the Dodgers, they get home field advantage in the first 2 games of the World Series. Total of 7.5 runs. Blake Snell, who's been lights out so far this postseason, 3-0 with a .86 ERA, gets the ball for LA. Trey Savage goes for Toronto, 2-1 with a 4.20 ERA. Some great starts peppered in there, but also one slip up. But a young guy taking the rubber for Toronto. So, Jenks, when we first got this matchup, like, what were your opening, like, kind of thoughts? Do we think Toronto stands a chance here?
I don't know. There's always a possibility that Savage could just go off. Like, I love watching him pitch with that splitter. It's so nasty. Like, I watched a few supercuts of just watching that pitch move because the splitter moves unlike any pitch in baseball, and I'm just some sort of baseball basic fan. But you don't have to be an expert just to watch the movement there and to see how talented he is. That said, Chelsea, Blake Snell has won us money again and again and again. And early on, before the postseason, I was a little worried about his splits in the playoffs because if you look at his splits, he's been masterful at home, but then just meh on the road. But, man, he picked it up in the postseason. So over his last 21 innings pitched, he's allowed 2 earned runs. That includes 14 consecutive scoreless innings. Shut out the Phillies. I mean, he's done it against high-end teams who can hit the baseball. And so the Blue Jays match that mold. I believe they were one of the top 3 teams in the second half of the regular season in scoring runs more than 5 per game. But he will not be intimidated by that. He's been in this position for. This is why they signed him during the offseason. I think this is a good price on the Dodgers. And if this game were just a couple days earlier, I might say, okay, the Blue Jays have the momentum. They have a real shot. But this is the real downside to waiting to have a game 1 of the World Series, because the team with the momentum has their momentum run into a brick wall because they have to just sit and wait. So now they're right there with the Dodgers. The Dodgers, this is a good price on them, I just think, on the money line. So I'm on LA and Snell.
It's really hard to fade the Dodgers.
Yeah,
like it just feels like just about everything goes in their favor. And let's stay on Blake Snell for a second, because for somebody who has won 2 Cy Youngs, it feels like he's pitching even better than the years in which he won the Cy Young. Like the way he's pitching now, it's not just the fact that he is, blanking the other team's offense in the runs department. It's the fact that he's limiting his walks. Like last time around against the Brewers, 8 innings with no walks, no free passes. That is a difference that we have seen, because in the past, Blake Snell is kind of, I don't want to say he labors, but he usually walks a few guys, and that's fine. We see that sometimes with strikeout pitchers, but he was just so efficient. But I will say this, if we have one sabotage factor that goes against the Dodgers, it's the fact that some of their things that, some of their performances that happened last round, they don't feel repeatable, right?
Yeah.
Like the Dodgers are really, really good, but like what are the chances we get 8 innings from Blake Snell? Just absolute dominance. What are the chances we get a start from Yamamoto where he goes a complete game? What are the chances we get a game from Ohtani where he hits 3 home runs and strikes out like 10 over 6 innings of work? And then, we haven't even mentioned Tyler Glasnow, but like he was good.
Yeah.
It's just he wasn't otherworldly. So what are the chances that all 4 of those pitchers repeat these really great performances? Like that's what I'm stuck on for the Dodgers when it comes to their pitching.
I agree. I will also say that they don't necessarily have to have all those guys stand out to win the World Series or even just to win this game. Because what I mean by that is they just have so much talent. Like, okay, the fact that all of them sort of came together and had these amazing moments in one series is just the Dodgers peaking, right? Everyone playing at max level. But I will not be surprised if Shohei goes off. I will not be surprised independently if Blake Snell pitches a shutout. I will not be surprised if Yoshi comes out and pitches really well or deep into a game. I don't think all of those things are going to happen again in one series. But at the same time, and that's the thing about the Dodgers is, okay, forget about those guys. What if Freddie Freeman loses his mind tonight? What if Mookie Betts has a game for the ages in the World Series? They just have so much talent, and I know it sounds like a broken record. You're like, yes, we know the Dodgers have a lot of talent, but at minus 150 going into a World Series where everyone is playing so well, and we're not even talking about the other guys who are all-stars on this team. Oh, by the way, Teoscar Hernandez, just another guy, just throwing names out there. That's the thing with the Dodgers. It doesn't even have to be these guys because they have these other studs on the team that could form in a similar way and still be the difference.
Well, the thing is, they don't have to sweep the World Series to win.
Correct.
Because, like, that's the thing. Like, last round, they swept, and all those guys were amazing. But, like, they don't need to sweep, like, to win a World Series. And we wouldn't have even got to the stage where Ohtani was at in that final game of the series if, the other guys weren't contributing. Because, remember, Ohtani did not have a great start to the postseason. So, like, it was other guys who were lifting the Dodgers to wins before that big game for Ohtani. So it's just one of those things where just the depth is there for the Dodgers. And, of course, this is what you expect from a team that has a payroll of $321 million. But let's do some, talking about the Blue Jays for a second because they did reach the World Series. They are a great team, and they're averaging over 6 runs a game this postseason. So if there is a lineup in baseball that maybe can contend with the Dodgers hit for hit, it's the Blue Jays. And they have the hottest hitter in the postseason right now in Vladdy Jr., who could have one of the most historic postseasons if he keeps up these numbers. Because right now, his postseason average is 442, an OPS of 1,400, 6 home runs. he is playing on a different level right now. And we haven't even mentioned George Springer, who hit that massive home run to send the Blue Jays to the World Series, somebody who's won a World Series MVP against the Dodgers. So if anybody has the ammo maybe to go against the Dodgers, the Blue Jays do feel like a tough matchup.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also will say that the Blue Jays, not that all of their momentum has come to an end. I know I suggested that, but they're still playing really good baseball. And I will say, coming off that win against the Mariners were a legit team. Like, the Mariners had a great season. They were great in the postseason. If the Mariners ended up winning the World Series with the talent that they have or had, then I would not have been surprised. So that was a huge win for the Blue Jays. And I do think having a guy like Springer winning in that way was very galvanizing, I feel like, for Toronto. And now that you have a guy, in addition to the other talent on that roster, who has been there, who can kind of be a leader because of his postseason experience and success, I think is massive for them.
All right, so let's talk about some bets for this game. Like, it sounds to me like you're leaning towards the Dodgers. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But what about a total in this game? Because I do think, here's my hypothesis. If there's ever a good spot for an under, it's probably in game one, since both of these teams are rested. Like, the Dodgers have had a week off, but the Blue Jays have had several days to recover as well. They should have their best arms coming out of the pen. And Trey Savage has had some really great games. And we've talked about this when we play the over. Like, the sabotage factor for the over is always, you don't want a starter going like 6+ innings and shutting down the other team. Like, you don't want 6 shutout. That is a huge sabotage factor for an over. So if you see somebody like Blake Snell that's fully capable of that, you see somebody like Trey Savage who's fully capable of doing that as well, I think I would lean towards the under here. So I think I don't feel great about it, since we have like the lineups on both sides of the coin who can absolutely score, 7 runs on their own. Like I mentioned, the Blue Jays averaging almost 7 runs a game. But Jenks, how do you feel about a total here?
I think the under's the right side. I think Savage is going to have some success here. I feel like this is going to be one of those games where I think the experience of Snell gives him an extra edge. He's a better pitcher than Savage right now, but Savage also has electric stuff. But because of the two lineups, I feel like this could be an early, 3-2 advantage, 2-1 advantage for one team or the other. Guys might be a little tight, who knows? And then maybe we get some runs late because of this lineup. But especially in a game one, I feel like when everyone's rested and ready to go, that also plays a factor as well. So I don't mind the under. It's juiced that way at -120, but that would be my play. I'm like you. I always get a little worried about one team going off, but I think the under is the right side.
I also think that when you have a layoff, it goes in the favor of pitchers, because pitchers get to recover. They're on extended rest, which usually is a good thing, as opposed to the hitters, which no matter what you do when you're practicing, going against live pitching in a game is very different. Yeah. So a slower start for both of these games. Would you play a first 5 under? Like, I'm not sure if we can get a 4. Like, I think I'm leaning towards a full game under, just because you could probably get an 8 for a decent price. But is there a case to be made for a first 5 under?
I think there is. Yeah, absolutely. I'd go with a first 5 under. I think that's probably the way to go, honestly. I just like first 5s, as I always say, because you just take so much extra handicapping out of it. And I'm not talking about the work. I'm just talking about looking at different factors. Whenever you can simplify something and you get the right number, I think that's the real key too, is can you get a good number in the first 5? And it's probably what, 3.5, I would imagine?
We can get a 4 for -130.
That's it? Just to the under? Ooh. That's a good play. My only worry is Savage and his youth. Will he be overwhelmed by the moment? I don't think so. He'll be at home. That's going to help. He's done this before, but it's also the World Series. Does he understand the gravity now? Has he had time to think about it? Or is he still a kid who's going to be like, whatever, I'm going to be lights out. I have great stuff. I'm playing the Dodgers. This is what I want. It's the only thing that worries me, which is why I like the Dodgers on the money line. I like both bets. Under 4, -130, you said? It's a good bet.
I think I like it as well, but I don't think it'll be like an easy one to win. Like, I feel like you're going to be sweating the entire game, just because both of these lineups are fully capable with one swing of changing that in a hurry. Because here's the thing about like the last matchup for the Dodgers against the Brewers. The Brewers were not a home run hitting team. Like, in fact, they were towards the bottom 10 of Major League Baseball. I think they ranked 18th in long balls over the course of the regular season. It's not going to be the case with the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have a lot more power, and we know the Dodgers have a ton of power as well. The Dodgers, for the course of the regular season, were top 3 in home runs and OPS. So that is the sabotage factor if you are playing any kind of under tonight. But I still think the logic points to both the full game and the first 5 under. All right, coming up next, it's parlay time. We've got all kinds of parlays on the other end. Stay with us. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, the crew throws down some big money parlays. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, so the theme of this next segment is how many parlays can we fit into 20 minutes? That's going to be our goal because we have Double D's Degenerate Parlay. We have Dylan giving all of his UFC 321 bets. And then we have the Squad Parlay. So if you are driving, just know that you can always download the podcast, search the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. If you need to rehear these, hopefully our graphics team will put these together and we will put our bets on X. Because, Jane, I don't know if you're like me, but I am not very good at listening to names and remembering them. If they are written down, like it's, burned in my brain. But it's like when I meet somebody and they say their name, I forget it like 3 seconds later. So like I'm looking at these parlays and I'm feeling like these people driving in their cars are like, you want me to remember all of that while I'm driving?
I hear you. Yeah, like that is a lot. Like, what do you want me to do? Pull out my phone while I'm driving and have a wreck? So I get that.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to keep it simple, except for Double D. Double D is the exception because Double D likes to bring you odds of like 20,000 to 1.
Never keep it simple. Scared money don't make money, I think is the official phrase of Double D. All right, so let's get right to it because we got a ton to talk about here. Let's go into Double D's Degenerate Parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football Degen Parlay.
All right, let's get right to it. I am taking Georgia Tech minus 17.5 versus Syracuse. Virginia minus 10.5 at North Carolina. South Florida minus 6 at Memphis. Alabama minus the 11.5 at South Carolina. Sorry, Jenks. Vanderbilt minus 2.5 versus Missouri. Cincy minus 3.5 versus Baylor. Mississippi State plus 7 versus Texas. And Arizona State minus 7 versus Houston. My total parlay using that beloved BetMGM 50% college football boost token, 253 to 1. $5 wins you $1,268.53. Let's go!
Hell yeah. Get that promo in there, brother.
Yeah.
That's right. Over at BetMGM, make sure if you are playing any type of parlay on college football, use the parlay boost token. And boost your odds because that makes it even sweeter if you hit one of these. All right, so Dylan, who does all of our stuff on video that makes our stuff look nice, for Stadium, for Twitch, he is going on paternity leave. So we know that Dylan loves UFC bets. So this is his chance to get in all of his UFC 321 bets because, listen, if you haven't been following the show, the UFC bets, they be hitting. Unlike my pronunciation of some of these names, they have been solid. So, Dylan, let us have it. What's the complete handicap of the weekend?
Yeah, so we got UFC 321 coming back, the heavyweight title on the line, but got a bunch of different type of picks here. Denton named this the paternity parlay, so I like that. We're going to roll with that. We'll save that. We'll call that for the big one at the end. But some safer picks. We got a 3-legger with Walter Walker, Hamdi Abdel-Wahib, and Tom Aspinall on the money line. That gets you minus 113. Alexander Rakic on the money line. That's minus 112. And then another 2-leg is Ikram Alaskarov and Umar Nurmagomedov on the money line, minus 161. These ones I feel like are all the safe picks on the card. Like, if any of those don't go like a certain way, I would be absolutely shocked. Those ones I feel like are automatic. Some little more plus money bets that are a little more risky. Tom Aspinall in the main event, the heavyweight title on the line, by submission, plus 300. I just think that's how it's going to go. Everyone's thinking it's a knockout, but I think he's going to surprise some people and show his wrestling ability. And then Rakic to win by decision. I already have him on the money line. I think this is more just getting cute with how he's going to win. And then a 2-leg parlay with Umar and Mario's fight going over 2.5 rounds. And then the women's featherweight title fight, Jandiroba versus Dern, going over 4.5 rounds for plus 141. And then Walter Walker by submission at plus 125. Those are some other ones. And then a 7-leg parlay here. These are just fights that I'm taking on the money line that I think are going to go all these ways. Is Tom Aspinall, Umar Nurmagomedov, Nasrat Hopcross, Ikram Alaskarov, Alexander Rakic, Walter Walker, and Hamdi Abdelwahib, all on the money line. And that'll get you plus 1,083.
Oh man, like you could have just made up a bunch of names and I would have believed you. But this is how I'm remembering some of these phonetically, like the plus money bets. I was like, okay, Tom Aspinall. This is the main one, right? So maybe people want to remember this one. So I'm like, all right, just imagine him as Tom Hardy. I think if you imagine like a celebrity that has like the same first name, maybe that helps. And then like the Rockich, like think of Rocky, right? So that's my phonetica devices that I'm trying to remember some of these bets. All right, so now it's time to get to our squad parlay, which we promise is not going to be all UFC, but Dylan is going to slide in one of those picks. So let's get to it and try to win some big plus money as a team.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right, step right up and try your hand at the squad parlay. And we will never let people forget that we have won one of these this year. And we will hang on to that glory forever until the next one hits. And hopefully that is this week. All right, Jenks, looks like you are going to the college ranks and fading your own team. What are we doing?
You watch the Texas offense. That game against Kentucky was like, I just wanted to like stab my eyes out. Like, what are we doing? This is one of the worst offenses in football. At all levels, at the high school level. Like, they're terrible. Arch Manning's under the fourth most pressure in college football. They should not be laying 7.5 points to anybody. Now they got on the road against Mississippi State. If Texas wins, it's going to be a squeaker just like it was last week. So Mississippi State plus 7.5 is a call.
Ooh, break out the cowbells, Kalanga. Mississippi State, flag of the parlay. Next up for me, I am the world of player props, which I usually do for the squad parlay. I'm going to go with Giants receiver Wan'Dale Robinson over 51.5 receiving yards. Now, I have not made a living betting on Giants receivers, but I think now is the time to jump aboard the train. Wan'Dale Robinson over his last 2 games has had 84 and 95 receiving yards, had 12 targets in that last game against Denver. Sometimes I think you can find value on receivers when there is a quarterback change, because you look at the first of the season, you're like, oh, Wan'Dale Robinson, like his average is not that great because he had some stinkers the first of the year. But that's when Russell Wilson was quarterback. So Jackson Dart loves throwing to Wan'Dale Robinson. 51.5 feels like a low number. Matchup is also good. The Eagles give up the 4th most receiving yards to opposing receivers. Wan'Dale Robinson over 51.5 receiving yards is my leg of the parlay. Next up, we go back to college football. David, what is your contribution?
I am taking Johnny Football 2.0, Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt, minus 2.5 versus Missouri. I think this Vanderbilt offensive line bullies Missouri, and I think the Vanderbilt defense does just enough against that pretty potent Missouri offense to get the win, maybe by a field goal or a touchdown, but never fade Diego Pavia, ever. Ever. He'll make you regret it.
Anchor down, baby. That's the saying for Vanderbilt. I feel like very few people probably know that because Vandy is not a blue blood football program. All right, Dylan, looks like you're using one of your fight picks. Which one is it?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Nasrat Hopcross versus Quillen Salkild. I think Salkild's just a little too green. I've kind of used this explanation before. I think when some guys that are a little newer take a higher jump in competition, it can be a little jarring. So give me Nasrat Hopcross by just on the money line. I'm not picking how it's going to be done for minus 105.
Nasrat. Got it. Going to be playing him in the squad parlay. And then you are closing things out, and it looks like you're going to baseball. What you got for us?
Yeah, we're going to the Diamond. We got game 1 of the World Series tonight. I'm taking Blake Snell over 17.5 outs. He's hit that number on all 3 of his appearances in the postseason to this point. I think the Blue Jays are the best team that the Dodgers have played so far, and I think this will be the best lineup that he has seen, at least in terms of the way that they're playing. But I do think that he's going to hit that number. He's been just unbelievable so far in the postseason for Los Angeles. So I got Blake Snell going over 17.5 outs at -120.
I think the best thing for this handicap is the fact that Blake Snell has been more efficient. Like I said, he didn't have a single walk in that last game, and walks we know can increase the pitch count. They can put runners on base. So if he continues to be this efficient and throw that many strikes, you should be in a good boat here. All right, squad parlay is as follows. We're going Mississippi State plus 7.5 over Texas. Wandale Robinson over 51.5 receiving yards. Vanderbilt land the 2.5 against Missouri. Nasrat Hakparast, money line over Quillian Salkill.
Yeah.
Hopefully I didn't butcher that, but that is in UFC 321. And then Blake Snell, the Dodgers, over 17.5 outs. Total odds, just over 21 to 1. $5 bet gets you $110.51. But make sure you're using the boosts over at BetMGM because there are plenty of them. All right, so now it's time to stir the pot a bit because we do have like a minute left. Who's losing the parlay for us? Who is the sabotage factor?
It's going to be Arch. It's going to be the one game where Arch Manning goes bonkers. There was like 5 touchdown passes. Jenks will be doing cartwheels in his living room, but it's going to ruin our parlay.
You're probably right. I mean, didn't we have Ryan yesterday on the show, Moneyline Matt, come on and say I'm laying the 7.5 with Texas, and he's a fairly sharp bettor? It just feels, maybe I'm just being down on my team, but also, Double D, you watch the Texas offense. They're terrible.
Listen, just because you and I are both on it, because I have it in my D-Gen and now we have it in the show, this is the one. Yeah, absolutely. This is the one that's going to be like, yeah, you lose.
Let me ask you, Jenks, do you think that Arch Manning will have it together by the end of the season?
I think it's multifaceted. It's the offensive line, and it's the play calling, and Sark really not dealing with some deficiencies that he should have addressed during the offseason. Partly Arch, part of a bigger issue, though.
Sounds like something that's very fixable short term. Just kidding. That sounds like a lot. Speaking of a lot, have you seen the headlines in the NBA lately? We will talk about the gambling arrests after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Off and running on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Friday morning good time edition. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, more on that crazy story involving the FBI arrests on Thursday, which have shaken up the entire NBA. In 20 minutes, time to tell you the games we like in the NFL and the college game this weekend when we pick 6. And yes, the Dogster is here along with our best bets. That comes your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream on BallySportsLive.com. You can also download the Bally Sports Live app, and we are streaming on X as well. Tip of the cap. Good to see you on this Football Friday. We start, however, in the NBA and the story that has just rocked the league. This broke yesterday morning with about 40 minutes left. During the show, it evolved throughout the day. The FBI had a press conference at 10 a.m. Heat guard Terry Rozier, Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups, each arrested by the FBI for illicit gambling. In total, 30 people have been arrested. The story is absolutely bonkers. Rozier accused of participating in a sports betting ring that used insider information leading to bets on 7 games in the NBA from March of 2023 to March of 2024. In 3 of those games, players allegedly removed themselves from those games to influence outcomes. Chauncey Billups has been charged separately as being part of an underground poker game with ties to 4 different New York Mafia families. Allegedly used his celebrity status to attract victims. These games involved all sorts of ways to cheat the system. Illegal shuffling machines, special contact lenses, x-ray tables. Once the players lost, they were threatened with violence. And then, on top of all of that, a former Cavaliers player and coach who played with LeBron James back in the day worked with the Lakers at one point as an assistant and texted a conspirator who said, bet big on Milwaukee, because he knew that LeBron James was not going to play that night. Here is Justin Tremaine on the potential impact of these charges on Sirius XM Radio.
The NBA concludes their statement by saying, we take these allegations with the utmost seriousness and the integrity of our game remains our top priority. So that's the statement from the NBA. And that last line, I think, sums up this whole thing. Because that, Sam, as you know, has to be number one. We have to trust what we see out there on the court or it all falls apart. And you could talk about all the other scandals we've seen in recent years, but you're in a situation here where I think this is far worse, if this is proven to be true, than anything Sterling did, anything Sarver did, because as despicable as that behavior was, it didn't impact the integrity of what was taking place on the floor. This does. So this might be the biggest moment and biggest issue that Adam Silver has ever had to deal with.
I'm not kidding when I say I think this is absolutely one of the biggest stories to rock the NBA ever and one of the biggest stories to rock the sports world ever. When you have organized crime involved in illegal gambling in a professional sport.
First of all, this is a lot to process.
Yes.
This feels like you are watching an entire season of like some drama, on Netflix. It has so many twists and turns where you're just reeling. You're like, where do we even start? Because I think the first piece is Terry Rozier, somebody who has earned over like $120 million in the NBA. And so they're saying, okay, there was one night where he said he was going to like act like he had knee pain, come out of game. He told a bunch of his friends that, hey, bet the under, points, rebounds, and assists. And they're, saying that they had all of the friends come home after the game, and they all counted their cash on the table. I'm like, how do they even know this? So like that by itself is a wild story. And the fact that he would risk it all for $200,000, like, what are we doing? Like, I understand people make bad decisions, but like you had to know that you would come out on the other end of this. And that's the thing. Since sports betting is legalized, it is so much easier to catch a lot of these guys. And I understand that's not a great silver lining right now for the NBA, is that, you know, we say, hey, well, at least these guys are getting caught. Doesn't feel like much of a consolation prize for a league that is now dealing with all of these accusations that, you know, the league is rigged. Isn't that the worst thing you could say about a league?
Yes. The crazy thing about this to me is the Chauncey Billups allegations here. This is a guy who was an NBA Finals MVP. He has made tens of millions of dollars in his NBA career, and now allegedly he's part of a poker ring, an underground poker ring with ties to the mafia and like classic mafia families. The Bonanno family, the Gambino family, the Lucchese family. Apparently, they drew in people saying, hey, you can meet Chauncey Billups. And then people sat down, and what they used to manipulate these poker games is absolutely wild. X-ray glasses or contacts where you could see marked cards, earpieces, shuffling decks that had been manipulated to switch up the cards. And all for what? All for what? To ruin and soil your reputation when you're an NBA champion and you're an NBA head coach? Why in the world, as a side hustle, would you want to get involved with the mafia? And the FBI has been investigating for 4 years, and once you bring in the feds, then you're really in trouble. I just don't understand this at all.
Yeah, from a risk-reward standpoint, like he wasn't even getting paid that much. It was something like 10%. It's like, okay, you get $100,000 to ruin your legacy. And listen, I don't know how much he knew about like the mafia and some of these families, but like the thing is, it's not just money you are risking. It feels like it is the safety of your life, you know, in the long run, because, you know, you hear about some of the things that they do and like maybe they exaggerate it in the movies, but I'm pretty sure they don't. So he was risking it all for this. And for what? $100,000? Come on, man.
And the stories are horrifying too. You mentioned the one about Chauncey or Terry Rozier and his friends counting money. There's a story about one gambler who lost $1.8 million as part of this illegal gambling scheme. And once these guys were caught up in the mix, didn't matter if it was illegal or not, they were obviously losing money, and then the mafia came in and they would threaten these people to pay off their debts. Pay them or you're going to get hurt. And so all of this, of course, trickles up to the NBA and makes you question what in the hell's happening. And the NBA has had scandal before. Remember the whole Tim Donaghy thing when he was a referee in the NBA and he admitted that he was taking money? You never need this in sports, particularly when sports wagering is now part of the mix. So if you are Adam Silver, and yes, he released a statement saying the integrity of the game is paramount, I don't know exactly what he needs to implement here, but whatever it is, it needs to be stringent, it needs to be punitive, and they need to make sure that whatever devices or whatever protocols they're using to make sure this doesn't happen, to make sure that they are casting a watchful eye over the players and coaches in this league, you got to double down on that or reevaluate everything, because things like this can destroy a league and kill its integrity for years and years, and the NBA and no sport needs this.
Well, what's also like kind of damning for the NBA is, didn't the NBA do their own investigation of like Terry Rozier? And they're like, no, nothing to see here. Then the FBI is like, we think there is something to see here. So I think from now on out, when like the NBA does its own investigation of things, people will have their questions, and for good reason.
Yes. Already people have questions, you know? And of course, I'm sure you saw this on X, where people have come up with clips that they found over the years, maybe the past couple seasons, of Blazers players playing the worst basketball you've ever seen. Like, you just turn and just pass it to the other team, or a guy drives to the basket, throws it over the backboard. You're like, that doesn't seem like an NBA play. And then you see it now, and you're like, was there something on the line? Were you making sure that you hit the under so that you and your friends could profit? I mean, all these are allegations and speculation, but when something like this comes out, of course you question it. Of course you wonder, is what I'm watching real? Is it pure? Is it honest? Is it authentic? Or is there something going on that I don't know about? You never want that to be a part of the viewing experience or have your fans and your audience question the integrity of what you're doing, but now it's going to be a real thing.
I know. And I will say, like, it's easier for them to catch it because when you see an influx of money on one player's under, especially when it's like a random game, you know, like, obviously they know. It's just we aren't privy to that information. So, like, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So I don't know what Adam Silver does from this. Like, I have seen like a couple suggestions thrown out. Like, some people are saying that we shouldn't have player props altogether. Some people are saying there should not be under bets where you can only bet on the over, which I suppose that makes sense because it's harder to manipulate that. And it's like, okay, if you're trying to win,
right.
But then it's like, okay, you know, it goes both directions where it's like, hey, one player's like, hey, can you let me get a few rebounds? Like, I don't know. It just feels like a very slippery slope to where, like, I don't know where you draw the line. I don't know if it, you know, bleeds over to what we as people who are not playing in the NBA get to bet on. Because that's the thing. It is a very different line. When we are talking about, people are like, well, what do you expect when there's 1,000 gambling commercials? But it was still against the rules for these players to do it. Like, obviously, that is something very different, wanting the general public to bet on games and players to bet on games. Like, do we not see that difference?
It's a huge jump is what it is.
Right.
It's a huge jump. So, yes, it might be allowed by the general public. That doesn't automatically mean, okay, the players are going to start doing it. They know it's illegal. It's illegal to bet on the NBA if you're an NBA player, just like those rules are synonymous or in line with other pro sports. But, yeah, it's too much of a jump to make to say, oh, this is because the public is betting. Because these were illegal bets. And here's the thing. If the public is not betting, it's still going to be illegal just like it is now. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. Betting is going to exist. Betting has always existed. Now it's more accessible to fans and accessible in different states. But gambling has been a part of sports culture forever. There was just only a handful of places you could do it. So the idea that, oh, it's just because of the proliferation of sports wagering, I don't think necessarily is true.
Well, and it's just, it feels more prevalent now just because we're actually catching these guys.
Right.
Right? So when it's easier to catch, people are like, oh, it's happening more. No, we're just catching these people.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, you can't pin what Chauncey Billups is doing with the mafia
right
back to, well, you shouldn't have done that promo for $5, get you $100 in free bets. Like, that has nothing to do with, like, this Ocean's 11 type scandal that Chauncey Billups is involved in.
Exactly. This is definitely a Hollywood movie. Will they make it campy? You know? He goes from above ground on the hardwood to underground on the poker scene. Ocean's 20, starring Chauncey Billups. The sports gambling investigation called Operation Nothing But Net. And the poker investigation called Operation Royal Flush. So I got a chuckle out of that. I mean, you guys, come on. Like, really leaning into the basketball puns and the poker puns here. But it worked.
They're having a great time with us. Like, this was the quote from the New York City police commissioner who said this about Terry Rozier. He said, or she said, as the NBA season tips off, his career is already benched, not for injury, but for integrity. Dun dun. It looks like it should be a Law and Order.
Dude, these guys. What's a good one to come up with? You know, I've seen Terry Rozier play, and he's pretty good, but I guess he wasn't expecting the full court press. There you go. It's the FBI. But this investigation is ongoing. It's ongoing. Like, it's not over yet. So, like, this is just past the 24-hour period now that we're getting where these charges are starting to come out. So it's not over yet. And these are some serious charges. We're talking about RICO indictments. We're talking about members of the mafia being indicted along with the people who are part of this illicit gambling. And it's crazy that the NBA cleared Terry Rozier. To his credit, at least, I want to put this out there. His lawyer says, look, he's not innocent. He's not a gambler, so we look forward to his day in court. He is denying all those charges. Rozier and Billups obviously have been placed on leave as well. Coming up next in the show, it's Football Friday, so it is time to pick six, and we'll do that next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Friday. Double D's here. You know what that means. We're gonna check up a little bit. Coming up on the show, we've looked at all the numbers. Now we'll lock in our favorite plays in the gridiron as we pick six. I got an email yesterday from BetMGM regarding NASCAR odds. When was the last time that you watched a NASCAR race? I can't even remember. Isn't Jake, your husband, isn't he a huge NASCAR fan? Because I haven't watched one in years.
Well, he used to be. He really liked Dale Jr., but it has been many moons since Dale Jr. was racing in NASCAR. So I don't even know who the stars are now. Like, that's not a good sign. When you're not following a sport and you can't even, like, name the main drivers, like, is it still, like, let me take a stab in the dark. Joey Logano, does he still race?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I'm not even sure. Like,
absolutely.
Maybe? Like, I couldn't even tell you what he looked like, though. Like, if he walked past me at, like, a Target, I wouldn't even know it's him. So I don't know if it's, like, due to marketing or what. It just feels like NASCAR has lost a lot of their star power.
Yeah. How's Richard Petty? Is he still on the track? No.
The Intimidator. Oh, that's Dale Earnhardt?
That's Dale Earnhardt, Senior. That's
what's
all right.
Richard? He has a nickname too, right? What's his nickname?
He's the King. Greatest. The King. King Richard. 200 NASCAR wins. Still kicking it, man. The old STP 43 car. That's what I remember when I was growing up. Still around. King.
I feel like Richard Petty looks like somebody who smokes like a pack of cigarettes a day. Like his face just has that look to it. Like I feel like he smokes cigarettes.
Also, he's been around for a long time. How old is Richard Petty? He's got to be pushing 90. Someone look that up.
He's 88.
Okay. Yeah, right there. And he probably smoked back in the day. You know, you win a NASCAR race.
Even when he was like 40, he looked like that.
That's true. He's always kind of had that look to him. That's a king right there. You don't mess with the king. You also don't mess with BetMGM when it comes to promotions. How about this Pro Football No Sweat token? You can get in the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token, getting your state back in bonus bets if you don't win. Well, that was I'm glad we got everyone up to date on NASCAR with the very latest news and insights so you can win your bets this weekend. Hey, the Intimidator, wasn't that right? Oh, no. Richard Petty smoke. He used to smoke, right? Like all of the pertinent information you need to make NASCAR bets.
Razor sharp. That's fine.
Well, it's a Friday, and it's the only time when a pick six is a good thing.
Pick six. Pick six.
Here we go. I'm actually grabbing points with South Carolina. South Carolina plus 11.5 is the play. Opened South Carolina plus 12.5 against Bama. They're playing in Columbia. Now, I know you got to bear with me here. The Gamecocks, it's been a disappointing season for them. They've lost 4 straight. But I feel like this is a bad spot for Alabama to cover this number because of their schedule. They have already played Georgia, Vandy, Missouri, Tennessee. They have to be worn out, and this is the break that they need before they get back on the real SEC schedule, the tough part of their SEC schedule, which continues, which is against LSU and Oklahoma as well. I hope they crush Oklahoma. I need this. Texas has been so bad this year. I just need Alabama to crush Oklahoma when they play. But before that, this is that letdown spot right before Oklahoma before South Carolina gets right back into the meat of what they do. So this game is on the road. Money headed the right way. I know it's not a sexy pick, but let's go South Carolina plus 11.5 hosting Alabama. I feel like this is a touchdown win for the Crimson Tide instead of getting into double digits. Go Cox.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah,
I was hoping I didn't have to say it, so I appreciate you, Jenks, for doing that for me. If you want to watch it, it's an SEC battle in Columbia starting at 3:30 Eastern.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, so here is the public dog of the week that I will probably be playing. I know it sounds square, and the line has gone the other direction, but I'm going to go with the Niners getting 2.5 at the Texans. For me, it just feels like the Texans are getting credit for blowing out some bad teams, and it just feels like an offense that has trouble scoring 20 points. We have seen C.J. Stroud so far this season. He has had trouble eclipsing 250 passing yards in any game this year. And you go against a Niners team that has been good in the spot when catching points. In each of the last 3 games, the Niners have been underdogs. They are 2-1 straight up in that. And I think it speaks volumes to what Kyle Shanahan can do as a head coach. And don't look now, McCaffrey looks like he has reached peak McCaffrey. Last game, rushed for 129 yards on 24 carries against the Falcons. I understand that the Texans are a good defense on paper, but still, if you're giving me points with the Niners, a team that has shown some resiliency this year with all the injuries, I'm going to take it. I am just not a believer in the Texans. So let's go Niners as dogs. Get in the 2.5 in Houston.
I like this quite a bit, actually. I was looking at this game earlier. Niners getting points? That doesn't make any sense to me. C.J. Stroud has been sacked 18 times this season. They cannot keep him upright, so I am with you on that, Chelsea. Let's go Niners and the Texans this weekend at 4 o'clock.
Pick six. Pick six.
Missouri at Vandy. We're going to go over 51.5. Let the Diego Pavia for Heisman train begin. You can still get him at 9-1. That is great value. Being mentored by Johnny Football. Don't know how I feel about the off-the-field stuff, but there's no question on the field. They play in very similar ways, which is when a play breaks down, you have a hard time bringing Pavia down, and he's going to find a way to make a play on 4th down or otherwise. Vandy can move the ball. That offensive line might be the best offensive line in the country. It's easily the most physical. Dudes just bowling over opposing defenders. It is a blast to watch. Also, Vandy can run the ball. 4th in college football in rush EPA. However, if you flip it, Vandy is not good defensively. They're one of the worst teams in the conference at stopping the run. They allow a ton of explosive plays. So they'll move the ball. They'll also give up a lot of points, and that's where the Tigers come in because Bo Pribula, the transfer from Penn State, can sling it. We saw that a couple weeks ago against Bama when Missouri was in that game until the end. Didn't look good last week against Auburn, but Vandy can be had with the big play, and that's where the Tigers can also put up points in this game. I think we see a ton of those points this weekend. Totals come down a touch, so we're going against the money here. I think it's the wrong side. I'm going over 51 and a hook. Right there where you live, Chelsea, in Nashville.
Hell yeah. College game day is going to be here this week.
Yeah.
51.5 seems like a low total for a college game. Because that's the thing in college. Like, we see explosive plays all the time, and especially with Vandy, when they have such good blocking up front, that offensive line. And we know that Diego Pavia can absolutely get loose at any moment. So I like that one as well. If you want to watch it, it is a 3:30 Eastern kick right here in the Music City.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, so speaking of low numbers, this one seems low to me between the Jets and the Bengals. Total in this one sits at 44, and I'm pretty sure we all saw what the offense for the Bengals can look like when Joe Flacco is slinging it. So maybe he's not going to throw the ball 47 times like he did last time around against the Steelers, but I still think this Bengals offense is fully capable of putting up a big number. And we have seen games with the Jets when they face decent offenses go over the totals. Like, you look at the first game of the year, Steelers-Jets 34-32. The Bills put up a 30 spot on the Jets defense. The Bucs scored 29. The Cowboys scored 37. I understand the last 2 games have been really low scoring, and I think that's why we get a low number for the Jets here. But still, I think both these teams can put up some points because we haven't even talked about the Bengals defense. Like, as fun as a story as it has been talking about Joe Flacco, the defense still gave up 31 points last week. And the Bengals defense has not been good. in the last 2 years. So it just feels like one of those games where this is too low of a total. I did check the weather. It's going to be a little cold in Cincinnati, but no forecast for wind, which is usually the deciding factor when it comes to totals. So we're going to hit the over 44 between the Jets and the Bengals.
All right, let's do that. I kind of like the Bengals in this game as well. Am I wrong there? I mean, does it seem like too big of a number? I just feel like that the Jets are so bad and the Bengals have the Joe Flacco factor. I just think it's such a fun story. Maybe I'm leaning into that too much, but I think that's probably where I would go. I mean, it's at 6.5 now. Would you even look at that, Chelsea, before we move on?
I think I would look at it, but the sabotage factor is going to be the defense for the Bengals because it has not been a good defense all season long. And I do think when you have a passing offense that can score in a hurry, like sometimes it just gives more time for the other team. But again, like, do I really want to trust the Jets offense? Like, that's the sabotage factor for the over, is that the Jets offense has scored a total of 17 points over the last 2 games. But one of those matchups was against a really good Broncos defense. And I just don't feel that way about the Bengals defense. I think we see some points.
Regardless, whatever bet you want to make, you can check it out 1 o'clock on Sunday in Cincinnati.
Pick six.
This is going to be the saddest play of the week on this show. My Longhorns at Mississippi State. I'm taking the dogs plus 7.5. Do yourself a favor. Do not watch the Texas offense. Before we talk about that, can we go back in time? You guys remember, it was just a couple months ago. I was booking hotel rooms in Miami. Oh, yeah, I can see it now. Texas playing for the national title. And I've got a room not far from the stadium. Got a good deal. Arch Manning, he's going to win the Heisman Trophy. We're going to win a natty. Instead, Arch has been okay. The Texas offensive line, straight garbage. Texas can't run. They can't pass. All the onus is on Arch to move the offense, and he can't do it because he's not supposed to be playing hero ball. Sark, you're supposed to help him out with play calling and running the football, and Texas can't do any of those things. Defensively, Longhorns, one of the best in the country. That is what will keep them in this game. But they should not be laying 7.5 points to anyone. I know Mississippi State is not playing well. I get that. But this game is on the road in Stark Vegas. We saw what happened last week in Kentucky. The Longhorns needed overtime in Lexington to win by a field goal. Barely won that game. I wish I were higher on the Longhorns. I hope they cover this number. If they do, I'll be happy to lose this bet. But I just cannot do it. Double D sees it. I see it. We all see it. Mississippi State. Sad. Plus 7.5. Hosting the once mighty Texas Longhorns, number 22. And holding on, Chelsea.
We got to find another hobby because it's been tough times in the kingdom for our teams.
Yes.
The Commanders are what? Double-digit dogs against the Chiefs this week? I will say at least Texas is favored to win the game outright. The Titans are 14-point dogs against the Colts. So maybe we need to go to the pumpkin patch or something. Try to get our mind off our teams. Or hell, maybe we just jump on the bandwagon for another team. Maybe we'll just do that. If you want to watch Texas and Mississippi State, a 4:15 kick in Starkville.
Pick six.
All right, so this one makes me a little nervous because I do think the Steelers are maybe not quite as good as their record reflects. But there is a stat in the Steelers and Packers game that I just can't get over. And we have known this as a trend in the betting space for quite some time now. And that is head coach Mike Tomlin against the number as a home underdog. One of the best records we've seen for a head coach, going 21-7-3 against the number since 2007 as a home underdog. In fact, as an underdog, Mike Tomlin has a winning record straight up. So I'm not saying that we need an outright win for the Steelers here against the Packers, but you know Aaron Rodgers is going to be super motivated for this one. I don't care what he says to the media. Like, he definitely wants to have a great game against the Packers. So I think the Steelers can keep it close. The trends agree with me here. So let's go Steelers getting the 3 against the Packers.
I totally agree with you. When I saw that and Aaron Rodgers was like, oh, it's just another game, I'm happy to play him. I was like, okay. I mean, I get it. You got to say the right thing to the media. I mean, you don't have to. And he normally says whatever's on his mind. But I don't buy the idea that it's just another game when he's talking about, I'm going to retire there, or I want to retire with my jersey being hung at Lambeau Field. I care about them. And I'm sure he does. But he would also like to stick it to him one more time. So I'm with you. Yeah, right? He has to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
He has to. I'm with you. Steelers +3. Let's go. Coming up next on the show. Oh, we're not done yet. It's a Saturday Junior. That's for you, Dylan. We got our best bets and the Donkster coming your way. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's a Friday morning good time edition, so let's get you set for the weekend, baby. Great to have the whole crew with us on a Friday. D-Day, Dylan, Double D. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we'll have our best bets for you. So I always miss out on the commercial break talk because I'm got the bladder of a small child and I'm always in the bathroom. What were you guys talking about? Nostalgic toys?
So me and my husband stumbled down the rabbit hole of like 90s toys commercials because like there was like the whole experience of like Saturday morning when you're watching cartoons and all of the commercials are for toys. It's just like Nirvana as a child. So like the one that we were thinking of was Creepy Crawlers. And Jenks, you were probably too old in this, stage. I think you were about like 45, in the 80s. So,
that's about right.
I don't know if you remember these, but you would have this like mold and you would put this like liquid and you would make these like worms and bugs that were like kind of jiggly. And so we watched like a supercut of all these like 90s commercials for kids. And it's crazy to me, the portrayal of adults. Like, I have noticed this in, like, kids' movies as well, is that, like, adults are the worst, and, like, you always want to scare them. So, like, the Creepy Crawlers was, like, you put, like, the worm on this old lady's face, and she's just like, ah! And it's like you're sneaking up on your parents. So, I don't know why parents were so villainized back then, but every single commercial was like, sneak up on your parents and prank them. Like, they didn't deserve that.
They didn't. And give your parent a heart attack. Also, did you have a favorite? What was your favorite toy when you were a kid?
Oh, I was a horse girl. I did not play with dolls. I
had
played
a real life
with horses. I had a real horse, but I also had like the model horses, which was not a cheap hobby. They're called Breyer horses. I know this is very in the weeds, but they were like $40 a pop, and they were like collector editions, and they were very realistic, like, models of horses that were like, the same size as like what Barbie would ride.
Sure.
But I liked animals. I was not like a people person.
Okay. For a second, I was like, I didn't have toys. I had real life horses. And I know you did, but it's like, I didn't bother with toys. It was just real life horses for me. And I would walk into the back and play with my horses. And those are my toys. What were these horses called again? These $40 toys?
Breyer horses.
Breyer
and they still
horses.
Exist.
Okay.
And I think I could probably sell them if I wanted to, but like, who wants to do that? Like, no, they belong in my mom's basement where nobody's ever going to touch them.
That's right. And they'll never be played with again. But that's where I want them to be. I don't want anyone else to touch them. You know what was big when I was a kid?
They're
Transformers.
Mine.
They're mine.
Ooh.
Oh, man. When they first came out, and I loved Soundwave because, of course, I always loved the media, and Soundwave was a cassette player, right? And so I was like, wait a second. This is a cassette player that's a transformer? And then he opens up, and he's a box or he's a bot. And then his cassette case opens up, and the cassette itself opens up, and it's like this bird pterodactyl type creature that's also a transformer. Oh, my God. I remember when that came out, and I saved up so I could buy it. It was so exciting at the time. And, of course, now I'm like, I'm not going to go out and buy a Transformer. Oh, maybe I will. Who knows?
Yeah, you should have a midlife crisis and do, like, weird things like that. The other toys I, like, specifically remember is that, like, I was a little sister, so I played with, like, a lot of things with my brother. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was big. Okay. And then the wrestling figurines, where I always had to be Billy the Steamboat, which I don't even, do people even talk about him?
I feel
like
Dragon?
He's not even a big name.
Did you say Billy the Steamboat? Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. He was a great wrestler back in the day.
Oh, was he? Because, like, I got second choice. Like, my brother always got first choice. Like, when we played, what was it, like, MLB Home Run Derby, he got to be Ken Griffey Jr., and I was Julio Franco. I was like, you mean the guy that's 50? That's who I have to be? Like, yeah, you're the little sister. Suck it. And I was like, all right, well, fair.
Ricky Steamboat was awesome. In fact, I was watching a documentary with Ric Flair, and they asked Ric Flair who was always your toughest opponent, someone who always brought the energy and was always such a great fight. And he was like, Ricky Steamboat. Ricky Steamboat was the best. Or as you'd like to say, old Steamboat Willie. He'd come in with his corn pipe and his overalls. You're in for it today.
See, I didn't know anything about him. Because
I
I didn't watch wrestling. But, that's the only way that you had somebody to play with, is that, if you played with a sibling. So I played a lot of things that I didn't really want to play, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who are making a comeback.
Okay, well, I can't argue against that. Those guys are classics. Let's get a couple classics on the card, as in some winning bets.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, you've had a great week. Let's keep it going.
Ah, yes. Let's stick with the classics here and go with Giants receiver Wan'Dale Robinson. And I know you're saying, Chelsea, this is a normal departure for you, going away from the A-listers of the receiving game. But listen, Wan'Dale Robinson has been putting up A-list numbers over his last 2 games. 95 receiving yards against Denver, where he had 12 targets from Jackson Dart, 84 receiving yards against the Eagles last time around, who, oh, by the way, the Giants are playing them again this week. So the handicap for me in taking the over 51.5 receiving yards for Wan'Dale Robinson is that sometimes these are based on season averages. And so when you have a quarterback change where one quarterback really likes throwing to this receiver, you can get some value on the over here, because you look at the earlier games in the season and Wan'Dale Robinson was getting thrown the ball by Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson didn't target him that much, but it's not the case with Jackson Dart. Like I said, 12 targets for Wan'Dale Robinson last week against Denver. And plus you look at Philly on the whole for the matchup here. Philly is giving up the 4th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers of any team in the NFL. So 51.5 seems like a low number for Wan'Dale Robinson. Let's hit the over for -110.
Let's do it. I'm going to go back to baseball. I really haven't liked a lot of my bets this week. Sometimes I just have weeks where I'm not really crazy about this, which is why it hasn't been a best week for me, but let's keep her going. Dodgers, money line, -150. Visiting the Blue Jays tonight. I just love Blake Snell on the mound and what he has done in the postseason. 14 consecutive scoreless innings, only 2 runs in his last 21. I was a little worried earlier in the playoffs because looking back at his season splits, at home, he's almost untouchable, 1.17 ERA. On the road, he has struggled, but man, that is not the case in the playoffs. This is why the Dodgers signed him to that massive deal during the offseason. He has been lights out. And yes, Trey Savage going for Toronto has lights out stuff as well. That splitter is unbelievable, but he's a young guy, and he is not on the level of a Blake Snell. I might have gone with the Blue Jays at plus money a few days ago because of the momentum that they had in that Game 7 win against the Mariners. But because of the break between that Game 7 in the ALCS and Game 1 of the World Series, I think that momentum has come to a halt. The Dodgers are playing their best baseball of the season, hitting on all cylinders. I think this is a good price on the Dodgers, which are normally overvalued. I don't think so tonight. LA on the money line, -150 is the play.
I feel like it's very easy to make a case for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot tougher to make the case for the Blue Jays. There is a case to be made, and it is baseball, and I do think that this is not a sweep by the Dodgers, but in Game 1, the fact that Blake Snell is pitching better than he has even in the seasons in which he won Cy Youngs, that says something.
Exactly.
So that's a hard pitcher to go against. So I would be with you there. Jenks, are you going with any other bets? Are you playing the first 5 under in this one?
I am not, but I do have a buddy here who has a bet, and his name is the Donkster.
I'm going all in.
What are you talking about?
A little birdie just told me this guy at the poker table is bluffing.
Oh, little birdie, huh?
That's right. He's distracted. He's been talking to my friend Chauncey all game long.
Okay. Well, I don't want to know about that. Do you have a bet?
I do. Dodgers, run line, +115 at the Blue Jays.
Okay. Good job. I want to say one thing before we go. What's up next on Bet Sweats? Fun. Joe O, Sammy P. So we've been doing this show for 4.5 years almost, and a guy that joined us, not at the beginning, is Dylan Mitchell. Dylan is our production guru. And so whenever we stream and you're watching this show and you see the amazing graphics and the pictures that are put up, some of them are hilarious, some of them are always on point, it's Dylan doing that great work. He is going on paternity leave because he has a beautiful baby girl. He has a wonderful family, one of the nicest guys you will ever meet, and has been a massive and important and just warm addition to this show. So, Dylan, we are going to miss you. Oh, look at this. Bring him in. We got to bring him in. He's here with his baby girl right now. Look at this.
Yes, this is Stephanie. This is who I'm going on break for. So, yes, if you want to say hi to everybody out there, Steffi girl, say I'm dragging Dad away. He needs some time with me. But I appreciate all of you so much. You're all amazing people.
Thank you, buddy. Look at that. Well, you deserve the time off.
I want to boop the nose.
I know. I'm just like, can we just end the show and just boop her and be like, have a great time. Boop. We were just talking about toys. Awesome, man. You're a great dad, beautiful family. We're really happy for you. That's a good way to end the show on a Friday. How about that?
We need to do a power rankings of all the funny graphics that he has created.
Oh, yeah.
Runline Jenkins and the best quads I've ever seen on a man.
Yeah.
We've got Jenks Tough that has
Bear.
multiple iterations. There we go. Where it's not Glenn Powell, it is Michael Jenkins driving a Dodge Ram because he's Jenks Tough.
God.
So there's been some good ones, courtesy of Dylan.
Yeah. The best part is the kids in the back seat. The quads right there. These are all his creations. My favorite thing is just the black bear randomly sitting between the kids in the back seat. It's all safe. Don't worry. Just carrying around a bear here. Well, you know what that music means. We're out of time. Dylan, we're going to miss you. Stephanie, thanks for coming on camera. Your camera debut here on National Radio. We're out of time for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, D-Day, Dylan, Double D, the Donkster, Stephanie, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's a Football Friday with you, Joe O, Sammy P. Friday Feels coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll break down this week's NFL card. As usual, Kelly in Vegas will be dropping by a little bit earlier than usual. She'll be here 10 a.m. Eastern as opposed to 11 a.m. Eastern. Things switching up a little bit. Tommy Lorenzo later on in the show. We'll go inside the room, see what's happening for college and NFL action, and a 2-minute drill. Boy, speaking of drills, the Vikings got drilled last night, 37-10. Your final score. Chargers easy cover. That number was only 3. The over ends up hitting, goes over the total of 44.5. Sam, it was obvious early. We were not going to see any sort of a fight out of this Minnesota team. This is the opposite of the team that we saw just a year ago.
No doubt. Sometimes when the bottom falls out, there's no telling how far it can go. All I kept thinking about last night, the director of the broadcast, of course, if you don't work in this business, the director is the person who's in charge of how the game looks, how the broadcast looks. Well, guess who the director kept taking last night in the blowout? J.J. McCarthy. Just standing there with his hat on, looking like a deer in headlights. And you don't really need anybody to comment on J.J. McCarthy. You just look at it. You're like, this is a little weird because he looks healthy. The jersey looks nice and clean. Definitely not dirty. What the hell? What is going on there?
I've been talking about it all week, man. Every person, we've had a few guests that cover the Vikings in some form or fashion or follow them very closely. And I asked them, they're like, I don't really know. I think it's not a soft benching. Personally, I think it is. I think they're worried to throw him back out there. And they not only want him 100% to make sure he's extra super prepared. Guys, he's got to be thrown into the fire. That's what it is. And there was a moment, wasn't it? Action was right by him on the sideline, and he literally jumped and got out of the way. It seemed just fine. It's like, that guy's hurt. He can't play. I don't get it. You had all of last year to prepare for this moment. They kept going on and on about how all offseason he was getting ready with KOC. And even last year when he was injured and Sam Darnold was running the show, doing a great job, KOC would take time out of his busy schedule to meet with one-on-one, answer any questions. They would go over stuff. He's so prepared for this season, so ready for this moment. He's won at every level. He's done it all. Like, the hype machine was real. And it was churning all off season. Not now. Can't find the hype machine. They don't want to talk about it. They're not telling us what's going on. They're making excuses. Well, we just had a kid. Yeah. And so we're going to shut down now 2 years of this J.J. McCarthy experience as we try to figure things out. I don't understand. Here's what I do understand, though, Sam. They're bad. The season is just about over. I know that sounds insane. We haven't even gotten to Halloween. I don't think that's crazy. Look at the schedule that's coming up. The wins that they probably marked down before the year are likely to be losses, or they're going to be underdogs in these games. They have a tough road ahead of them. And in the second half of the season, I think it's going to be clear that they are not a playoff team. I brought it up yesterday on the show, and I didn't see if they updated the number. They should have by now. The updated win total was 7.5, and I think that is a clear underplay. Even at 6.5, probably, because the way this team is going right now and knowing the quarterback play, whether it's Wentz or McCarthy, I don't see this team making any sort of a run at a postseason.
I drank that McCarthy Kool-Aid all summer because I talked to not only one but 2 people around the team that said, no, he's legit. He's the real deal. And I fell for that. And that's my fault. And I came out on this show and said, let's bet them to make the playoffs, plus 105. They're one of the most talented teams in the NFC. And I think at their core, they are. But we have to understand how important quarterback play is in this league. And I just didn't think there was that big of a drop-off between Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy. And I was wrong about that. It's okay to put your hand up and say I was wrong, because Darnold continues to thrive with another new team and another new system. Their defense is also very solid, but they also just can't be on the field 40 minutes a game.
Yeah.
And they can't be trailing every week. It's one thing when your offense can meet your defense and you're both on the same track moving together toward a common goal. But when your offense has 3 points in the first half and your coach is kicking a field goal down 21 points, why are you trying on that side of the ball? Effort is a huge deal in the NFL. And yeah, they got some guys banged up, but everybody does. I don't want to say, oh, well, the quarterback's hurt and the defense is hurt. The defense is relatively healthy considering how hurt it was early in the season. They just don't look like they care anymore. And you got Justin Jefferson in the second half, not going up for jump balls and letting things bounce and hit the ground. And you're just like, all right, this team may quit. They may just pack it in. And I don't know when it is. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when that will happen, but it's a tough look. And we had the Vikings. I had the Jefferson over. Felt good at half. He had like 57 yards at half. Doesn't get over. I will say, I had a whirlwind day yesterday, and we've had a very interesting week. I got home last night. Geez, I finally walked in the door about 8:15. Dropped all my stuff, my suitcase, my coat bag, dropped it all off, turned the game on. And as I turned it on, Minnesota's scoring a pick six. And I'm like, all right, there we go. Oh, wait, let's check the replay. Oh, it hit the ground. And now you're about to get blown out. I'm like, all right, perfect. Here we go.
Interesting week is one way to put it. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But yeah, and here's the thing. Like you said, hand up, I was wrong about McCarthy. We also haven't seen him in over a month. We don't know what he is, but reasonable minds can walk away from this current situation and say, okay, the team has more intel. They know more about McCarthy and the entire situation, much more than any of us. So there's a reason that they're not putting him on the field. That in back-to-back weeks, he's the emergency quarterback. That when Wentz gets hurt last night, what was his name? Max Brosmer? They decide to go to him instead of J.J. McCarthy, who can play football. Because they said he can play football, they choose not to let him play football.
He's been in college for 6 years, and he started at University of New Hampshire. And you're like, oh, this is the kid who's going in before McCarthy? This is the one?
Now you're
good.
Yeah, that's bad, man. That's bad. 419 yards for the Chargers offense. They outgained the Vikings by 255 yards. They had 17 more first downs, as if all that wasn't enough. Over 200 rushing yards with their third running back of the year, Vidal Sassoon, whatever his name is. He comes in and he rips 117 at a touchdown. Ugly stuff for the Vikings. Good stuff for the Chargers, though. They bounced back. Nice win for them. It was much needed. A lot of their hobbled players were out there last night, so maybe they can get back to being the team they were the first few weeks of the season. The NBA season continues, and we had 2 games last night. Get back in the flow of that. Thursday night games, you have those high-profile matchups, just 2 games. And in each game, Sam, we had a star player put up 50. 50. I guess we're going to call Gordon a star player. But yeah, SGA goes off for 55, a career high. Aaron Gordon goes for 50, and their loss at Golden State. But we had 2 games. We had 2 games that had extra sessions. OKC wins in double overtime over Indiana, and Golden State in 1 overtime over Denver. Indiana, the dog, covers over flies. Golden State, the favorite, covers over flies.
SGA. I know that people don't think that he's a legit superstar. There are some people that still think that he's just this referee-aided guard that gets all the calls. He's almost automatic, though. If you go 15 feet and in, or even push it out to 18 feet and in, that jumper is almost automatic. In a game that has been moving away from the 2-point shot, he's just so good. He gets to the free throw line and he either makes the shot or he finds somebody else that will. He's a special player, man. Took a bunch of shots, though. He did, as I say that, he did take 26 free throws. Kind of a big number. 26 free throws. Made 3 of them. That's a lot of free throws for one player. but he's still very, very good in the mid-range game. And, he's up there. They were showing a graphic opening night. Guys who have won the scoring title and the MVP and a championship. It's SGA, it's Shaq, it's Michael, it's Hakeem. I mean, that's pretty strong company for a very, very talented player. And the Thunder are going to win a bunch of games this year. That's not a hot take.
There are some sports books that have the MVP price for SGA as low as plus 145. BetMGM still higher, plus 275, but the season just started, and a lot of books are not even offering 2-1 for him for MVP. And this is something you'll see guys go back-to-back. Voters aren't too worried about that going back-to-back, but already a big-time favorite there. So yesterday morning, everything with Billups, Rozier, Damon Jones, it was breaking. And you see all the quotes now, a nightmare for the NBA, and that's factually correct. This is a big-time mess, and the season just started. But there were some details that came out that, we're on the air when this is breaking. The FBI's press conference was happening in the middle of our show, so we didn't catch all the details. I don't know if there's any nuggets or something that stood out to you, but for me, it was all about Billups. Once I was able to sit down and see all of the details that did come out that surfaced from this, those poker games and using his celebrity to draw in professional poker players and just the way they rigged the poker games and how the mafia was involved, like getting some of those details, it truly was like a movie. It was fascinating. Movies that we probably loved growing up, just how they had X-ray equipment involved in these poker games. They had rigged card shufflers, marked cards. There were people wearing contact lenses and glasses that had sensors in them. Just the level that this got to, just to rig these poker games, to steal from poker players, illegal poker games, which go on throughout this country every single day. Sam, it was fascinating to read, and Billups at the heart of this.
I just kept thinking all day. We got off the show at noon. I kept thinking about number 2 from Austin Powers with the eye patch when they're playing cards. And he's able to see the cards through because he's got the X-ray goggle or the X-ray patch or whatever. I kept thinking about that, and I kept asking myself out loud, who does number 2 work for? Like all day. That's all I kept saying to myself. I saw an asinine tweet from Jacina Anderson. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it would come from her. I did not see the tweet.
So she tweets yesterday in the middle of all this madness. Details are flying out. All this stuff is happening. And she tweets, got a text just now from an NBA GM regarding Chauncey Billups. He's one of the greatest humans I know. He will be fine. And then right after that tweet,
in jail?
You start connecting dots. He was bringing his friends, allegedly, by the way, he was bringing his friends to rigged poker games and taking their money. How is he a great human? How do you tweet that yesterday?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Mike Florio says player prop betting's going to go away.
No, it won't.
We talked about, well, Adam Silver has gone on record. He's talked about it this week that he wants to dial it back. What do you think any of it will change? Like, we are already in an era where, okay, on the college level, you can't bet on the in-state teams, and they don't allow player prop betting in a lot of states in college. Do you think anything will change when it comes to the NBA?
No, I don't believe him for 1 second. And here's why. You want to talk about tone deaf? When I called my Lyft yesterday from the train station to my house, it said driver arriving in 6 minutes. Destination NBA action with a DraftKings promo to bet $5 and get $300 if your first bet wins. And also you can get 3 months of League Pass on us. Use the promo code RIDE. $5 wins you $300. All days to have that promo on Lyft, you don't care. Don't even act like you care. It's so we're going to dial it back. I'm getting betting promos on my rideshare app yesterday.
Damon Jones, his involvement too. His involvement was selling the information. That's what's going to happen. especially these lower level guys. And this is someone who isn't at the lowest level, just getting the information, who's going to play, who's not going to play, which we know is so valuable. We don't bet the NBA a ton, but those that do, the most valuable information. Don't talk to me about analytics, matchups, this and that. Nope, none of that. Who's playing, who's not playing. Getting the information of who's going to play but not finish the game and smashing those unders with prop bets. That's Rozier's involvement. He told people he's going to get out of that game, and he got out of that game after 9-10 minutes, and books stopped taking action on those player props for Rozier, of all players. Fascinating story. There is certainly more to come there. More to come here. We got Friday Feels. You're going to want to stick around. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. We've all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
Yeah, the vibes have been a thing this week. Not the best vibes, if we're being honest. If you listen closely, pay attention, gotten to know us over the years. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. It has been a long week, a little good, a lot more bad. First, the good, at least for me, on a couple of levels. The fall ball season ends tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I had them out there practicing on Tuesday at the new complex in New Lenox. That's not too far from me because it's turf fields that we're going to be playing for tomorrow. Oh my God, dude. Freezing. Like my hands were frozen for about 45 minutes after we went inside. I woke up this morning, I look outside, there's frost over the grass. Like that's the sort of elements that are now coming our way around this time every single year. But we have the championship game tomorrow. That's the good. Looking forward to that. Our rival, it's Orland Park, Sam. So it's been a very successful fall ball season. Our only loss is to Orland Park. Their only loss is to us. So the 1 and 2 seed meet tomorrow in the championship game. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a team party afterwards. That's the good. So spent part of the week, a good part of the week preparing for that tomorrow. And also get to relax a little bit, have a couple month break once the season ends. And then there's the bad, which, it's just gotten to a point where we're not going to treat you guys like you're morons. We never do. And that's what we talk about. We're honest about Friday Feels, whether it's gambling or otherwise. This week, it's been a lot more about the otherwise. Like it's been challenging for us to get excited, to be focused on betting on games, knowing what the future is. And that's what I want to get into. And we're not going to trash anybody. We're just letting you guys know because we have received a ton of messages from whether it's listeners or viewers or just people in the industry, friends that we've had a long time. And it's like, am I supposed to be responding to this? What do I say? But then the cat was let out of the bag with a press release. And I get it if you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. I'll let you know what I'm talking about in a moment. Because the reality is, like, where you find this information, the only people that really see it are people that are in the industry. Or maybe they'll see it somewhere on social if they care about industry information. If I was a listener to a radio show or, a social show, I would not be following industry news on their info, their business. So I understand if you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Here's the press release just to clue you guys in on what is going on. This was from 3 days ago. Cumulus Media's Westwood One and Odyssey today announced that the Infinity Sports Network will be rebranded as Westwood One Sports effective December 29, 2025. This strategic move solidifies both companies as recognized leaders in national sports audio. Okay, let's move on to the next paragraph. Under this new partnership, Westwood One will assume programming and distribution for the majority of the lineup of syndicated sports programming, including the Jim Rome Show, anchoring the coveted 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern weekday slot. Odyssey will continue to produce popular BetMGM network programs, including You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, BetMGM Tonight, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, and additional weekend programming as part of the Westwood One Sports roster. BetMGM will remain a presenting partner and the exclusive sportsbook partner of these programs. So this has been out there for a few days. You're wondering, what does that mean? It means the end of Bet Sweats. That's what it means. We're still on the air. I mean, like I said, this press release was out there a few days ago. We intend on being on the air for the next couple of months. That is the plan. Plans do change. We're not the power brokers here. We don't make these sorts of decisions. If you listen closely, maybe you notice that we are not in the same sort of mood and energy as we usually are. We're doing our best to be pros, and we will continue to do that over the next couple of months. We're not looking for pity. We're just letting you know what's out there, and maybe some of you have already seen it. And some of you clearly have, because we're getting a lot of messages. Will you guys be doing something after this? I'm really sad about it. And we appreciate all of those messages. I'll just say this, and there will be time for goodbyes and all that. We would like to continue doing something. We haven't figured all that out. Our worlds have been turned upside down this week, and this has happened to many Americans, especially the last few years. Again, we're not looking for your pity. We're just communicating what is going on with the shows, and maybe you heard us make a couple of flippant comments because it's just hard to completely avoid the elephant in the room, and this is what we are now referencing. That we got this information the other day. It's public, and so now we feel like it's fair to talk about. We're not going to criticize anybody in management or anybody that is staying on, that they chose to keep on. But if you like this content, make sure you follow all of us on social media. So whatever we end up doing, if it's something together, that would be awesome. You could still get that content and you won't miss anything. So whether it's following Sam at SB Shoot on X, myself at Joe Ostrowski, other social media platforms, Instagram. I know Sam quit Facebook. I'm still on Facebook. I don't post much there. It's like 1 or 2 a year, but I'm still, lingering there as well. It's just another way, another form of communication. We plan on being in this industry, and we've developed a very loyal audience over the last 5 years, especially here. And some of you have been with me since my early score days when I started interning, in the early 2000s. I think I got my Twitter account back in 2010 when I was a producer and a part-time host. But just want to pass everything along. So if something comes about, if you're following us on social media, you will find out about it. If you listen to the show live or watch the show on YouTube or whatever, make sure you're subscribed to the podcast, and then we can communicate via that way as well. So Sam, say whatever you want. With this being public over the few days, I got the go ahead. So I figured we should say something instead of just ignoring these kind listeners and viewers that we have here that are reaching out to us and offering their thoughts and hopes that we can do something moving forward. We're not trying to ignore you. We've just been in a tough spot as far as addressing it this week.
No doubt. And it sort of goes without being said. We have this meeting earlier in the week, and it's all right, nobody say anything. And then an hour after the meeting, I get a phone call from somebody who's a reporter asking if I'm safe. So I was like, Oh, okay, got it. So we're not saying anything, but people are reaching out. And then you got people from other networks. And because you're totally right. It's a very small community of people that follow the sports media and the sports betting media. But if you follow it, you have an idea. I heard from people at multiple networks. Are you okay? Are you guys good? And to your point, what do you say? Like, are we supposed to say no? I don't know. So a lot of the responses I just said, stay tuned. But when you say stay tuned, obviously people know that if I was safe, I would just say, yes, I'm safe. So it's a tough juggling act for sure. I've been through it before. And Joe's right. We mostly have been kind of walking on eggshells because we know that it wasn't our direct bosses who made this decision. This is how the corporate media world works. It's on a much smaller scale. It's very succession laden, right? This company merges with this company, and we're going to put these two companies together, but not everybody's going to make it. And a lot of you are going to fall into the lava. And that's just how it goes. When you have one network combining with a second network and it's consolidating and they're all coming together, not everybody's going to have a slot. And Jim Rome, didn't think I'd lose a job to Jim Rome, but here we are.
We didn't.
Well, kind of. I mean, if you connect some of the dots, it kind of happens. So, yeah, I mean, I love this show. I mean, you and I started Chicken Dinner in 2016. I never thought that this show was possible because we were working in different places in different cities, but I want to thank them for putting us together and kind of relighting the flame. I know you had other co-hosts that you like more than me, but I think that you're pretty happy with I think this iteration has been good. I know the crew is crushed. I feel for our crew. It's been a lot of fun. You know, a lot of jobs I've had over the years, you go to work and you're like, this sucks. I've never felt that here. Probably because I don't have to see any of you in person. I just sit in my living room. But no, in all seriousness, you know, to Paul, to Jake, to Brian, like, you guys have made this so easy for me. And I've only been here, feel like I've had a shorter shelf life than JJ McCarthy at this point. I've been in the league a lot shorter than you guys have at this place, but I've loved every second of it. And, you know, it's been 5 days a week, 15 hours a week. During football, it's 6 days a week. It's not like we wanted this to end, but it's out of our control. And I just want to thank everybody for listening and following and tuning in. And if you want to share your thoughts on social, by all means, let us know. You could tweet at us. You could send us a DM. I got a couple messages the other day from people I know that don't know the news that were saying, I love your guys' show so much. You've made me think about things differently. And those are the people you're going to affect. It's not about the random Monday night, Thursday night football props. It's about process. It's about understanding how bookmakers think. And it's about understanding how to make smarter bets and when to make these bets. And if you've learned that from us, that's awesome. That was always the goal. It was never to pick a 16 parlay and like parade around the street with our winning slips. It was trying to understand how to let the average person think about sports betting in a much smarter way. And I think we've accomplished that.
I don't know about you, but I have not told a lot of people this week. So as the podcast goes out over the next 24 hours, I'll be dealing with we'll be going back in time a few days and dealing with constant messages. But it's not something to brag about, not something anybody is excited to share, but it is good to also know what's coming instead of just kind of poof going away. That's what happens a lot in this business. So, we can't hang out with you guys over the next couple of months, and we hope it does last that long. But, you know, in this business, I'm not saying anything's going to happen or anybody's walking away or anything, but I've just seen it so many times where, okay, an end date is announced, and then they're like, and it just becomes, what are we doing here? Let's just cut the cord right now. It's the best for both parties. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I've just seen it happen in the past. So we don't know what's going to happen. And that's why I say, make sure you're following us on social media if you dig our content. We plan on doing something. There is a space for this show for sure. Like it's not about the ratings. It's not about the podcast downloads. I can tell you that because Sam, ever since you've come on, like the growth of it has been startling. Like we get these reports. Okay, here's where we are from a year ago. Okay, hey, our podcasts, our whatever views, our social stuff. This is up 400%. This is up 250%. Like that's the level this show has gotten to, and we were hoping it was going to continue. We thought it would, but we don't make these decisions. And you know, frankly, the people that make these decisions probably never heard the show before. And that's the real world. That's what happens every day in business. So just wanted to pass it along instead of like, we don't want to make these little side jabs, and we're not jabbing anybody at all. It's just, it's difficult to act like it didn't happen. Right. And we're real with you guys on this show. And so if you've noticed, we've been a little bit off. That's why. In fact, Tuesday night at practice, one of my coaches kind of grabbed me and was like, dude, what's going on? I'm like, what? He's like, you're being kind of mean. I was like, oh, my bad. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll explain later. So he was on the small list of the people that I told this week. But Friday feels, we put it out there. It's been a rough one, man. Been a rough one, but we're still going to be here doing our job.
Yeah. Yesterday, I had to get up at 6:30 in the morning because I had to go all the way across New York to get to the Odyssey station that didn't have a laptop for me.
Who are you?
Couldn't connect to the board, and the engineer asked me who I was and who do I work for. And, the one guy was like, I am so sorry how this is going down. And I'm like, honestly, man, I don't care.
At this point,
you just kind of laugh. I'm one to take news pretty positively. We'll talk about more of this stuff. I want to talk about how it ended at Nesson at the end of the show. It's much worse. 6 months.
We've
going
got
to
time.
Work. Yeah, 6 months going to work knowing you're going to die. Awesome.
Oh, jeez. Brutal, man. Not always fun. But what is fun? Breaking down this weekend's NFL card. We'll do it with enthusiasm and gusto on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats with you. Thanks for hanging out. We are overwhelmed by the messages that are already coming in, so we appreciate all the kind words. Again, this is not going to be a 2-month goodbye thing, but it's out there. It is public, and we're already hearing from some people, so just wanted to pass along what the plan is. And again, make sure that you're following us. Stay connected to us on social media if you like this content, because we plan to continue to provide it, especially since we're not going to be here once the football season's still going on, right? And we want to talk about that with you guys and betting those playoff games and all that stuff. So the fun will continue, just in some other way. We'll talk to Kelly in Vegas coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. Get her college football plays, Survivor plays, a lot of different options. I'm very curious what she is thinking for this weekend in the NFL. Let's begin, Sammy, with the Giants and the Eagles. A 7.5-point spread. The Eagles are a home favorite. Total of 44. We just saw this game a couple of weeks ago. The Giants should have had an impressive win in Denver, but they decided to allow 33 points in the fourth quarter for the Broncos to come back. So bit of a revenge angle. We'll remember back on Thursday Night Football a couple weeks ago, the Giants pulled off the upset, and now they're playing in Philly. The line is more than a touchdown. Just when I look at this game, I think of one thing. Chuck Esposito. He kept going out of his way yesterday, the sportsbook director at Station Casinos, about talking about how much he loves the Eagles in this game, and I totally hear where he's coming from.
I had a feeling he would, because I got to know Chuck pretty well out there. He used to love those undervalued favorites. When the favorite is not getting the love, that was always a time for Chuck Esposito to kind of massage it a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. I think it's very simple. You're either a numbers better or you're a narrative better in this game, at least. Hopefully you're not all narrative bettors all the time. But in this specific example, where the Giants go to Philly, the Giants just beat Philly a couple weeks ago and beat them pretty handily. And then the Giants were in total control for 3 quarters against Denver and lost by a point. So if you're a narrative better, well, the Giants are fun. Dable and Dart, Scattaboo. They're scoring a lot of points. They're making me money. If you're a narrative better, you probably like the Giants because it's a fun team that's been making some money, and now you're catching north of a touchdown. If you're a numbers better, though, Philly was just a 7-point road favorite against the Giants. And here we are a couple weeks later, and Philly at home is a 7.5-point favorite. And understand that this market opened at a lot of books in Vegas at 7. An even 7, minus 110. That did not last. It was like less than a day. We got off the 7 to 7.5 because even at low limits, there were enough people that were betting at enough places laying the 7 to have the bookmakers go, oh, okay, all right, let's move this to 7.5, like right away. So the sharpest bets so far this week have been on Philly minus 7. Now, I understand at 7.5, it's a different story because now you're competing with the hook. And 21-14, you're going to lose. And 35-28, you're going to lose. And 17-10, you're going to lose if you're laying 7.5. But when you see that early move on Monday, when guys are logging into their apps or walking up to windows and laying 7 with the Eagles in this spot, that sort of speaks volumes, does it not?
Oh, absolutely. It certainly does. The big difference that we're seeing right now with this Eagles team is the passing game. The first month, people were chuckling, and I know it was bothering you a bit, laughing about what Jalen Hurts was doing or not doing, but they were winning games. But now if you look over the past few games, that's not what's happening. The deep ball is there. We have guys like Devontae going for 183 this past weekend. A.J. Brown goes for over 100, gets into the end zone a couple of times. He did not practice on Thursday. So this injury report, especially for A.J. Brown, is going to be vital. You're going to want both of those guys, and that could impact the point spread a little bit. Hopefully he's out there. We know Hurts dominates at home. As a starter, he is 28-4 straight up, but are they going to cover that number? Sam, if it doesn't happen for Saquon in this game, when's it going to happen? I know there are issues with the offensive line, but this is the perfect matchup for him. The
No doubt.
Giants
And
defense is dead last EPA per rush. Like, if it's going to happen this year, this is the spot. And Hurts was also passing on this defense a couple of weeks ago. I think it's a really good spot for the Eagles, whether it's teasers, Survivor, I like them. And in contest, I think I'm going to get there, but I want the 7, obviously, not the 7.5 since I'm on the favorite.
As bad as Barkley's been this year, and maybe bad's not fair because it's it's still one of the best players in football when healthy, but he's averaging 3.3 yards per carry. And it's just not the guy that we saw last year because he's not healthy. I'll say it for him. He doesn't look healthy. So this year, 44, 58, 30, 43, 46, 60. Those are his yard outputs. I felt like this guy was rushing for a bill a game when he was hot last year, if not more. So you see those numbers, and then you look at his prop for this game, and the number's 80.5 at BetMGM. He's only cracked the number one time. So I think it'll be very easy for the stat studiers to go, well, wait, he's only hit this number one time all season. I like the under. And the matchup is very good for him. They're probably going to get ahead. They're facing a rookie quarterback at home where the crowd is going to – can you imagine that Philly crowd breathing down Jackson Dart's neck for 4 quarters? It's just not a great spot for the Giants. So if the Eagles are able to win and roll, they're going to run the ball. And you would think against – where did Saquon play before the Eagles? Where did he play?
Oh, down the road? Yeah.
You would think that he wants to just tear them up. Now, just because you want to doesn't mean you're going to. But there are a lot of factors working in favor of Saquon Barkley and in favor of the world champions who are only laying 7.5 at home to a rookie quarterback when they were a 7.5-point favorite at this team 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. Are you on the Eagles?
What do you think?
Let's go.
Friday feels?
Show bet.
Eagles?
Show bet. Yes. Green backgrounds. We're in. All right, let's keep things moving. I know you like this game. You've got the Houston Texans, a 2-point home favorite against the San Francisco 49ers. Total, 41 in the hook. What's the angle?
Just love their defense and don't trust Houston's offense. We also, as is often the case this year, I'm looking at my fantasy lineup and saying, oh, these guys are all hurt again. I'm seeing Nico Collins questionable right now. And, of course, that's something that you could easily find out if you just look at an injury report. But I just pull up my fantasy team and see that Nico Collins is projected for no points and think, oh, again. So you've got an offensive line that's horrible with a quarterback who has regressed. His best receiver probably doesn't play again. And you're taking on a team that's just extremely well coached and keeps finding ways to win. Now, when you look at this total, understand the sharpest move has come under, which makes sense between San Fran and Houston. This total was 43 on the open, and now we're like 41 and a half. That makes sense for sure. Probably going to be Mac Jones for San Francisco, but Mac Jones has been winning football games. So I like San Fran. I do think they win outright. I love them in a teaser. You go from 2 to 8 or 1.5 to 7.5. That's probably a winning leg for a teaser.
Speaking of liking the defense, that's how I feel about Houston. Like that, but you're right about the offense, certainly having their struggles. Here's my concern with San Francisco. You have a top-notch defense in the Texans. Everybody knows where it's going through. Once again, CMC had another game. We had 30 touches. It's a weekly occurrence. 30 touches, he's going to get his, right? And that's what happened last week against Atlanta. Texans are at a different level, and they're at home. That's obviously something that you can trust. EPA per play, Texans defense, number 1 in football. 49ers defense, Robert Saleh has done a phenomenal job. My concern is it's like the replacement quarterback with San Francisco. They rallied around Warner for a week. They've been dealing without Bosa for a little while now, but now you're also without Warner. Did a good job last week. That's the first time we've seen it, missing both of those dudes. Very good job, but you were at home. And it was against the Atlanta Falcons, a team that just goes up, down, up. That's what they do for a living. Now you've got to go on the road and face a great defense. You know, now are things starting to settle in? They had a couple more injuries in that game. That's my concern. Not that I'm scared of this Texans offense in any way, but I don't know that that 49ers defense is going to play to the level that they did last week. I'm on Houston or nothing, but I'm not sure if they're going to end up making my card. That is to be determined. There are definitely a few other games that I like more, but my thought process is the replacement quarterback, kind of comparing it there. I want to see this Niners defense do it again without Warner before I'm willing to believe all the way.
Understand. We'll be heads up on this one. I hope we're locked in on the next one, Buffalo and Carolina. I've been saying all week I'm waiting for Buffalo to blow somebody out and sort of shut these people up that think that they're not legit and one of the better teams. And ironically enough, maybe I'm being narrative guy now after making fun of narrative guy two games ago with Philly and the Giants. Buffalo's just so much better. So much better. And I understand the Carolina running game has been efficient, to say the least, with Dowdle and with Hubbard. It's a very good running attack. But if Buffalo is able to set the pace in this game and put Andy Dalton behind the 8 ball, what's the final score? We had this spot last week when Philly went into Minnesota and everybody was betting Minnesota. And the number was a lot smaller. It was like 1.5, 2, 2.5. This number is much bigger at 7.5. But this is a Super Bowl contender against a 500 team. And this Super Bowl contender is off the bye, stewing, ready to come back and play, ready to get healthy, ready to put some wins together. I think Buffalo's in a great spot here. I think they named the score.
Dowdle Moon. His props, 49.5. Are you kidding me? Dowdle's the better back right now. And he actually got more work last week when Hubbard did return. You have an easy matchup. The Bills' rush defense, nothing to speak of. Yeah, I could see it both being right, where the Bills cover easily and Dowdle just performs. 49.5 plus 155 for an anytime touchdown for Dowdle. That's what I'm going to be doing in this game. It is Bills or nothing, though. I am not taking Carolina with Andy Dalton. No, thank you. Against this Bills team coming off their struggles in the bye. Nope, not doing that. Joe O, Sammy P, Kelly in Vegas is next. We'll continue later with the NFL card. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Got Bet Sweats and a little scheduling change on this Friday. We usually talk to Kelly in Vegas at 11 a.m. Eastern. This week, she's joining us right now, 10 a.m. Eastern. Kelly in Vegas over on social media. She will have her favorite college football plays of the weekend. We'll get into some Survivor as well. Kelly, is college football Survivor still rolling? I didn't bring it up to you in recent weeks because I was just so hurt. I was one of those idiots that was like, Penn State can't lose again. They're not going to lose to UCLA. This is ridiculous. I'm going to take them. No, that was a Northwestern game that I took them. But anyways, are you still alive in any college football Survivor?
No.
Are you doing any of that? Okay.
I'm the idiot that took UCLA when they were 15-point favorites like week 2. That knocked out half there. I haven't even looked at it. I know I'm the commissioner on that side and I should look. I haven't looked. I'm going to look right now, but first I got to retweet the show before Sammy yells at me. So that's what I was scrambling to do right now.
More retweets than me.
Yell is a strong word, I would say. But yeah. You could do whatever you want, Kel. At this point, you don't have
to. You don't have to.
All right, fine. Noted. All right, here we are. This is going to be a fun next, what are we talking? 5 weeks?
Retweet when I do a Splash Revival next week.
Are you going to do a Splash Revival?
Oh, yeah. I've got to at some point. I have an issue. Yeah. Sam says I have a problem, and he may be right.
I asked him yesterday how many entries he had left. I'm like, how many do you have left? And he's like, well, I did just buy more. So I'm like, you're an addict. That's what you are. You're a Survivor addict.
Yes, I think so. Because I was really funny. So everybody knows John Murray from the Westgate Superbook. Everybody knows CT Bets at this point. Joff, who's John Murray's best friend from high school. We all did Survivor in the years past together, whether it's Circa or whatever. John Murray, obviously, being at the Westgate, can't do the 5K. So we did the 5K. Of course, we lose with the Rams that Thursday night. And the guys at Splash said, hey, you want to do a revival? I'm like, absolutely. And then after the Eagles lost to the Giants, it just went berserk because there was such an overlay and dead money with those 34 losses. Joff messages me. He's like, hey, is yours full? And I'm like, how is it full? It's Friday morning. And sure enough, it was full. So he and I both jumped into the $1,000, $2.5 million guaranteed. Listen, we have the need for action. Okay. I think that's what it is. Joe and I, addict is the wrong word. Action is the correct word.
Sure.
That was a good show. Action. Great show.
Yeah, that was fun. I thought about that the other day, actually.
I always think about it because when you're getting ready, you're about to do a media hit, you're listening to me doing a radio segment at the time. Like, people didn't realize that. So you're getting ready to do your thing. You're putting like makeup or lipstick on, and you hear my dumb ass in the background talking about a football game. And I'm like, oh, I'm in action for 10 seconds while Kelly gets ready.
That is hilarious. Yeah, I was thinking about it because it's always on JetBlue, and we're flying JetBlue to this next football season wedding. And I'm like, I wonder how weird it would be if I watched action again with myself on the plane. I'm on the screen.
That's crazy. Oh, man.
Isn't it? All these years later.
Good
thing I did all that microneedling and stuff so people could use it against me later.
Well, speaking of Survivor, a lot of options this week. I mean, we're sitting here in the middle of the season. It's been chalky outside of 1 week. But, Kelly, there's 6 teams on bye. You would think maybe there won't be a lot of options that week. Nope. Ton of options. There's like 6 to 8 teams that are legit. There's nobody that's saying, oh, well, I've used every good option up. No, there's so many favorites of at least a touchdown. You're going to have options. It's just a matter of avoiding those landmines because we know 1 or 2 of these heavy favorites are probably going to go down this week.
Yeah, it's really tough because I like some dogs this week, right? You guys mentioned the Bills Panthers, so I'll start there. I'm not using the Bills on the road in Survivor. You mentioned it was going to be Andy Dalton. I didn't see that as 100% certainty, but I also didn't look this morning. So here's kind of the real reality. Are the Bills going to lose 3 in a row? Josh Allen's never lost 3 in a row. That's going to be the big narrative. And that's one thing I think people need to kind of like realize these things inevitably are going to happen. But I like the Panthers here in this spot. I don't care whether it's Bryce Young, who, by all intents and purposes, does not have a high ankle sprain. We know he's a little banged up, but there is a significant difference in those two injuries. So just something worth noting. If it is Andy Dalton, I think Andy Dalton is fairly serviceable. And if it is Andy Dalton, the line hasn't moved yet. I just opened up my odds logic screen. It's still 7.5. Andy Dalton, 7-3 straight up and against the spread at home in his NF career against the AFC. Hey, 3-1 straight up and against the spread as an underdog. It's not like this man is some awful quarterback. Yes, does he have moments of awfulness? Of course he does. But hey, so do guys named Carson Wentz, as we saw last night. So I do think that Buffalo is a scary one. I think a lot of people are going to want to use the Patriots. And I will say this, Drake May, the Patriots, clicking on all cylinders. They look great, except for they played a team named the Titans and the Saints and the Raiders. I don't know. This is a Browns defense I've been really high on all year. I told you guys they were going to beat Green Bay. I would not be surprised that the number 3 team in EPA per play, number 3 in success rate, number 2 in rushing success rate, as far as the defensive metrics go, I think you got to take the better defense plus the points here. And that's why I don't want to take them, the Patriots, in Survivor. And then, of course, everybody's going to be looking at the Falcons. And I kind of don't blame them for that. This is a Falcons team that, I'll say this. They frustrated me on Monday night. I had a ton of teasers last week, you guys. I ended up getting crushed on almost all of them. As you know, when blowouts happen or teams like the Denver Broncos only win the game by 1, it makes things a little more difficult. I do think you have to be kind of cautious here. I know that Mike McDaniel is still the head coach and he's just waiting to get fired as his seat is just on fire. But I don't know if I think Atlanta is as good as we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Last week kind of showed me that maybe this team isn't as good as expected. I know a lot of people want to bet them this week. Why wouldn't you want to fade all these bad teams named Miami, the Jets, the Saints?
I just bet a cheap, as you were talking, I was listening, but I was also betting. I bet a cheap 7 on Philly. Well, cheap considering the market's 7.5. I bet a 7 minus 115. They're not losing to the Giants again, are they?
I don't think so. Here's the real reality. I tried to put them in a teaser and I just said, you know what, Kelly, these teasers right now have not been great. So this last week, so just pump the brakes. Let's see how the dust settles, especially we know that closing line has the most value, right? Every single week against the number. So if these teaser spots are still available on Sunday, I may consider it. But betting these early in the week teasers was where I got burnt last week. Jackson Dart, Cam Scadaboo, man, have they been so exciting. Even last week against the Denver Broncos, where I thought, hey, maybe this team, maybe they're going to revert back just a little tiny bit. Nope. They looked great overall. Yeah, Jackson Dart had that one interception, but surely the Eagles are not going to lose this game. But this kind of breaks my divisional rule that I don't like to do. They are back at home. Eagles did look better last week. But again, Carson Wentz, he threw 3 picks. Who looked better, the Eagles defense or did Carson Wentz look that bad? I don't blame people for wanting to tease the Eagles here. I don't blame them for wanting to use them in Survivor here. Yeah, the other one I'm looking at, and everybody's going to say, are you insane? We talk about betting against these bad teams. The Bengals, Joe Flacco. What else are you going to get them as a 7-point favorite? 6.5, depending on where you shop. It's, God, you got to hate yourself a little bit to want to take the Bengals in Survivor. And I don't know if I hate myself enough to do it, especially when other teams are available at my disposal.
With Kelly in Vegas here on Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Kelly, let's jump over to college football. It's not the best card, but you have a ton of games that you really like. As far as the top tier teams, like there's a few that are off this weekend, but you're not going to lack for action this weekend. Let's jump to the SEC games because I know there's a few SEC games sides that you do like. Why don't you hit those first?
Yeah, it's interesting. Usually I try to stick with, I don't know. Obviously, I've got my 3 underdogs I like the best, right? And then there's a couple of teams that I would say like are 1B, right? That could have made my card, but I didn't think they're going to win outright. And usually those are the ones that end up winning outright. But this week, I think I like 8 or 9 games. It's a lot. So kind of, reel back your unit size. It's not like I've been crushing in college football. I've been just kind of hanging out, going along. But we'll start off with Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma over Ole Miss. It's kind of one of those spots where why I took South Carolina last week. It was kind of a lull spot for Oklahoma off that Texas Ole Miss sandwich. Ole Miss, 80 freaking defensive plays last week, guys. That defense got absolutely worked by the Bulldogs. You have to kind of think how that game carries over to next game. Also, John Mateer looked a lot better in the win over the Gamecocks compared to when he was right off surgery, had those 3 interceptions against Texas. You guys like unders? Oklahoma games have all went under the total this year by a decent amount, right? This is 9.4 points per game this defense is allowed as an average. And so you got to kind of think, are they going to be able to put pressure on this offense? 28 sacks on the season for the Sooners. I am a Lane Kiffin believer. I love this man. I keep going, why on earth would he want to take this job in Gainesville? But you got to have to admit that kind of is a little bit of a distraction. The other SEC game that I'm looking at is LSU A&M. And I first thought, this is a weird line. What am I missing here, right? If you guys remember to start the season, everybody I knew said 14-1 LSU. It's going to be different this year. And I'm sitting back going, you guys, what? We looking at the same team? I don't get it. I don't trust Brian Kelly. I do not love this team. I bet against him twice this year. Both times the quarterback that I bet on threw more than 3 picks. So that does not help my case here. But maybe that's a testament to this LSU defense. And that's where I'm focusing. I think Mike Elko has done a great job with A&M, but I think that this short line tells us everything we need to know coming out of Baton Rouge. Death Valley is a tough place to play. And guess what? Before going into their bye week, 13-1 LSU is against the spread over the past 14 seasons. So 14-0 straight up. Keep that little asterisk in your back pocket. We're betting against the Aggies. And then the last SEC team is Missouri. And I can't believe I want to back this team after going to overtime versus Auburn, kind of that same fatigue thing that I mentioned against Ole Miss. But I'm sorry, this Vanderbilt team, this line has gotten out of absolute utter control. I am not an Eli Drinkowitz believer, but I believe this number is too high. I think we saw 3 get taken early in the week, 2.5, 2s. Money's coming in on Mizzou, and it's sharp.
This is such a Kelly in Vegas spot, this next one. So after Arizona State knocks off Texas Tech as like a 7-point dog, now Arizona State is favored by 7 against Houston. Arizona State's receiver is hurt. We know that Levitt, the foot is not anywhere near 100%. He's going to play, of course, but they go from a 7-point dog to a 7-point favorite, and that's when Kelly in Vegas likes to strike.
Yeah, and this is the team that won out for me last week. You'd think I'd be a little bit more grateful. Like, shout out Sun Devils. That was a great game. They were able to shut down that Texas Tech air raid. But this is exactly what it is, Sammy. They're in an absolute letdown spot. And you know what? This Houston team just been quietly flying under the radar. They got Arizona State's little brother last week. And I think Willie Fritz has done another one of those turnarounds that he does. We saw him do it at Tulane, and now he's doing it here at Houston. Arizona State 0-3 against the spread as a home favorite coming off an outright home underdog win. You mentioned Jordan Tyson nursing that hamstring. I don't think he's going to go. If he does, he won't be 100%. I think this is too many points for a Cougs team. I think they're going to win this game outright.
Kelly, we have a minute left. Any other games that you want to throw out there for the Bet Sweats audience?
Yeah, I can't quit Mississippi State, guys. After the most infuriating 9.5-point underdog loss I think I've ever had, just run the football, guys, and kick the field goal. That was not very much fun. And again, Texas defense, very dominant. I'm not sure Mississippi State can win this game. It is going to be very tough to do so. But that Texas offense is broken. We saw it again last week versus Kentucky, getting taken to overtime. They got outgained by 216 yards. I like Mississippi State plus the touchdown, and then Northwestern. I know a lot of people that I respect on Nebraska, but I don't know why. Northwestern has a tough as nails defense, 10.5 points, 292.5 yards per game. Nebraska got to go into the top 25 and then fell right out after losing to Minnesota on Friday night. And in fairness, they should have never beat Maryland, which I gave you guys. Northwestern covers in the series, 5-1-1 in the last 7. I think they make it 8, and I think they make it worth a little bit on that money line.
Nebraska might be a little distracted as well.
Well,
Number
that's
of
a good
teams.
point. You're right. Matt Rule being considered for the Penn State job could come into play as well. I think a lot of people don't realize that those chatters coming from the locker room can be a little detrimental.
No doubt about it. Kelly in Vegas with us every week here on Bet Sweats. Thank you, Kelly. Best of luck with your plays and, of course, Survivor. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Kelly in Vegas there. We'll get back to breaking down this NFL card. And Tommy Lorenzo will be joining us 11 a.m. Eastern. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. You got Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Kelly in Vegas for dropping by. A lot of games, a lot of sides that she likes, a lot of dogs there. Joe O, Sammy P. So we got her plays in college football. We want to go back to the National Football League card for this weekend. Started covering a few games. How about this one? This is an exciting one because you've got Dallas and Denver. So the Denver Broncos are your home favorite in this spot, and you've got one of the best offenses going against one of the best defenses around. Let's call it 3.5. BetMGM's posting a 3.5. Denver. If you shop around, I'd say the domestic sports books, your green book, your blue book, they're all 3.5s as well. But some of the sharper books a bit lower at a juiced 3. Very high total for these two teams, 51. It's been a long, long time since the Broncos defense has played in a game with a total of 51. Sam, are you going to side with the great offense or the great defense or just be on the sideline?
I don't know that I'll bet this one. I wish I would have come in early in the week and bet the over when it was 48.5, 49. You just, well, I wasn't going to bet anything on Tuesday. But, I mean, this reopened 47.5 and immediately got hit to 48.5, 49. And then by Tuesday, you started to see it cross through 49. And now we're, as Joe said, at 51. It's very difficult to be on the wrong side of all these moves that move 3.5 points because, as we know, NFL markets get extremely tight by the weekend. And then the books raise the limits, and it's like, have at it. We have molded this number into form for the last 5 days, and now you can come in and bet 5 figures, 6 figures on it. So I'm kicking myself that I didn't bet the 49.5 or the 49. A little distracted early in the week, obviously, as we've talked about, but that was the move. The Prescott passing number is very interesting. I don't know that they really know what to do with it because Dak is obviously throwing the ball a ton. His attempt number is 35.5, but the yardage number is only 251.5. If they throw the ball 40 times, you would think he's going to go over 250.5, 251.5. No?
I was thinking about the touchdowns. He's had 4 straight games. I know. Now I'm going into the territory of some of those idiot prop bet people that don't know what they're talking about and they just look at game logs. But it has been noticeable to me. He keeps having all these 3+ touchdown games, and he's had 4 in a row of them. The number's 1.5. So you got to lay a juice, but they're obviously looking at this tough matchup with this Broncos defense playing in Denver. Is he really going to do it again? Well, you can get over 1.5 touchdowns, passing touchdowns, at -130. So you mentioned the yardage and attempts, and I was thinking about the touchdowns, especially with Lamb back. I mean, look at what happened last week. This is going to be a phenomenal matchup. George Pickens against Patrick Surtain. That's one of the best wide receiver, cornerback matchups of the entire weekend. So the book is kind of telling us, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't they kind of like siding with Denver? The total was much lower than it was. And then those that are coming in and betting these markets are coming in seemingly on the Dallas side. When the total skyrockets into up to 51, it tells you that the betting public is kind of on the Cowboy side saying we're going to see more points, right?
Sure. And I think when you looked at a game last week that was totaled 54-55 and flew over the total, you're going to see people just align with Dallas points or Dallas games that have a bunch of points. And I saw Ian Harditz, who comes on our show, he tweeted out a graphic earlier this week. It's the combined offensive and defensive points and yards per game. So over the course of this season, it hasn't been a long time, but it's been a couple months now. The Cowboy games, on average, are combining for over 60 points per game and almost 800 yards per game.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever Dallas gets in the ring with, you got to go blow for blow with, right? You gotta command the offense, and you have to get in the end zone. And it's a testament to Shoddy and the way that they're calling plays. Shoddy's been way better than advertised. Remember the press conference when Jerry was like, yeah, I don't know why we hired you, but congrats. Well, the offense looks really good, and Shoddy has a ton to do with that. Defensively, though, they leave a lot to be desired because Micah Parsons is no longer there. So it's just a track meet basically every week. Again, over 60 points per game and almost 800 yards per game in these Dallas games.
Yep. Not something that I'm probably going to have a side or total action on. Maybe you can do something with props. Like CeeDee Lamb, he's plus money for a touchdown. I'd probably stay away from Pickens because he's going to have the tougher matchup. But CeeDee Lamb and his prop in the low 70s, that could be something as well. And the market's looking at that Broncos-Giants game last week. There's no doubt about it. How that one ends up being a shootout with this same Broncos defense. So how are they going to do with one of the best offenses in the game? But I'll be looking at some props, maybe CeeDee Lamb, and that's probably it. Not doing anything with side total either. Let's go to the Ravens and the Bears. Ravens are your hosts coming off the bye, coming off a rough start to the season. They sit 1-5, and they are a 6.5-point home favorite. 4 straight losses for the Baltimore Ravens, 4 straight wins for the Chicago Bears. Bears coming off a win against New Orleans. They visit Baltimore, and the Ravens are serious. They're taking all the games out of the locker room. It's time to make their push. Do or die. We think Lamar comes back, limited in practice, both on Wednesday and Thursday. We find out about the final injury report later today.
I'll be very upset later today if they come out and say Lamar has been downgraded, because I've already wagered and picked and given out Baltimore -6. If he doesn't play, which is very possible, we had Charch on yesterday who said he doesn't think Lamar is going to play. Now, the market clearly says he's going to go. But if he doesn't, we're talking about Baltimore -1, maybe. Maybe Chicago's favored. I don't know. I mean, we know he's worth around a touchdown, but is this number 90% in or 70% in? It's really hard to gauge exactly how the books feel about it. If he does get ruled in, do we move to 7? Maybe.
That's my question. I think we move to 7. My question is, do we move to 7.5?
Could. You definitely could. I gambled a little bit. I'll admit that's a gamble because I don't know if he's going to play. But my assumption is that he will play, and that's why I laid anything south of 7.
I think it's a good move. I think if you know that you're going to take the Ravens this weekend, you should probably do it right now. Because if you wait a few hours, it's probably not going to be 6.5, no matter what it is. Now, limited practice, questionable, then nothing changes, I think. Then things are still up in the air. We think he's going to play, but that's where we sit right now. So if he's off the injury report, if he's in, it's going 7, 7.5. If he's downgraded, Sam mentioned how far this could drop to where it's in pick'em territory. So there's most likely going to be some movement unless they say questionable, limited practice. We're not really sure right now. We'll talk to you in a couple days, 90 minutes before kickoff. That's when we'll decide to make our determination. But if we're going with the assumption that Lamar is in, love the Ravens. Love the Ravens. This is the all-out effort. This is the kitchen sink game. They've been preparing for this one for 2 weeks, coming off the bye, and the Bears are on a great run. Are they a luck box? Yeah, you've made that case this week, and it's hard for me to argue against that because they've had so many turnovers. Now, some years you just end up being that turnover team, and everything bounces your way. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you guys that can't continue. It can be, but this feels like this is everything on the line, season on the line game you're going to get out from the Ravens. And if Lamar's out there, I think they might just smoke the Bears. Like, it could get ugly.
They've been very good offensively, though. If you look at the Chicago team total, they've gone over basically every week on the Chicago team total. Caleb has looked very, very good. Aside from that week 1 fourth quarter against Minnesota, maybe one of the more confusing fourth quarters of the season. You have the Denver Giants one, but then the McCarthy 3-touchdown fourth quarter, looking back, is somehow as insane as the Broncos comeback against the Giants. Just a wild, wild fourth quarter, that Monday night, week number 1. But aside from that game, Caleb's been a finisher. He's been very, very good, and Ben Johnson has put him in positions to thrive.
Great teaser. Another one. If you'd like the Ravens to win, Lamar against the
Ravens,
NFC,
Eagles.
24-3. 24-3 against the NFC.
24-3.
Yeah. There actually have been a couple losses within the last year, but it's still very strong against the NFC. They're going to do everything they can to stop that Bears rushing attack, which has been strong. Good offensive line the Bears have put together. You know, they changed it in the interior, but they've been playing very well. They rate very highly according to PFF and like some of the block rates that I was looking at over at ESPN. Really good offensive line in Ben Johnson's first year, and that's why they are putting up points. Good point out of you. All right, we continue here on BetSweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. How about the team that you're closest to, at least vicinity-wise? New England. They are a touchdown favorite over Cleveland. Low total, 40 and the hook. So you've got a great defense on the road going up against a terrific passing offense.
I was looking at the weather, 54, not much wind. If this was a 20-mile-an-hour wind game, I would be like, ooh, Cleveland. I'd love Cleveland in the elements, but it's going to be pretty fair. Very small chance of rain, not a lot of wind. Ideal conditions, relatively, for Drake May. So how do you get to the Cleveland side? Well, it's a big number, and their defensive line is very, very good. I think the one weakness that we all talked about coming into the season was the Patriots' offensive line, because they were starting 2 rookies. And I would argue, of the teams that they've played, which team so far has a better defensive front? Now, you could say the Bills, but they've been banged up. And Ed Oliver didn't play in that game, if I remember correctly. So the Steelers would be a common answer. They lost that, probably shouldn't have lost that game because they turned it over 4 or 5 times or whatever. But Raiders, Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers, Bills, Saints, Titans. This Cleveland D-line is probably the biggest challenge to date for this Patriots O-line.
Oh, there's no question about that. It's not even close. How did they lose to the Raiders? Do you remember? How did that happen? Like the way this team looks like now, how? Like I put them as the second worst team in the NFL in my world. I know you had them in the bottom 5. There's no doubt that they're in that conversation, but the Raiders a lot worse now than they looked in week 1 when they took down the Patriots. Look, speaking of the road that they're on, you go back to week 4, hosting Carolina, win and cover easily. Then you go week 5 at Buffalo, win and cover, primetime spot. At New Orleans, win and cover. Number was 3.5. Last week at Tennessee, win and cover. Closing number was 6.5. They win and cover on the entire 3-game road trip. And this goes back to week number 4 against Carolina at home. Now they're coming back home. Are they going to win and cover? This is, yes, the largest point spread of the year for New England. I'm thinking Browns. I've felt this was the spot for a couple of weeks where if you're going to fade New England, and it's hard to criticize anything that they've done. You can't rip on Drake May. He's number 1 in EPA of all quarterbacks. The dude has been awesome. They don't have a rushing attack. It is a tough matchup there. And Charch talked about that yesterday. He's fading Ramondre Stevenson. He doesn't think they're going to try and push something that just is not there. The Browns have an outstanding rushing defense, and the Patriots have no rushing game to speak of. So it's all going to be on Drake May if they're going to win, and they're going to end up covering this game. I do expect the Patriots to win, but I think the Cleveland Browns can keep this a 1-score game just due to their strong defense. My concern, though, they play much better at home as opposed to the road. But is a rookie going to make mistakes? He very well could. And it has the potential to be a blowout. This is just the spot where I think the Patriots come back down to earth a little bit, and we're not going to get that A-plus game that we've been seeing out of them in recent weeks. So I'm on the Browns. I'm hoping this can get to 7.5, but I don't see it getting inside of a touchdown. Otherwise, you'll get a ton of money coming in on New England.
Yeah, it's been a really good two-way line. It really hasn't budged all week. It opened 7.5 on the look ahead. When they reopened it, it was 7, and I see 7 everywhere. Not a single hook. So it's all 7. It's a cheap 7 in a couple places. They're actually taxing you to take the Browns plus 115, plus 118. So we'll pay attention to it, of course. We'll talk about it on Sunday morning, both of us. I'll probably play Cleveland in contests.
Okay, very good. Up next, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football. You've got Aaron Rodgers going up against his old team, and then Monday night, it's now a massive number in favor of KC. We'll get to both of those next. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. This is Bet Sweats. Oh, the reaction that we're getting. It's been cracking us up all morning. Keep it coming, boys. Really appreciate all the kind words coming our way. All right, we'll check in with Tommy Lorenzo in about 20 minutes, get his thoughts, and we'll continue to break down this card. How about the primetime matchups? Sunday night football. We'll go there first before we get to Monday night. Green Bay, a road favorite. Can't say they've been the most impressive team, but they keep getting the job done. Only one loss on the season. Green Bay at Pittsburgh. It is the Aaron Rodgers revenge game, I guess. Packers are favored by 3. Sammy, this thing hasn't budged, and I don't expect it to budge before we get to Sunday night.
No, you're going to have so much money that comes in on Tomlin as a home dog, but you also have the other side where people think the Packers are elite. I never thought we were those people on Green Bay. I understand it. I know that they're power rated very high, but I've never trusted the quarterback. Been very clear about that. So this is a great number because you have 2 factions of people. You have the Packers people. Oh, that's a cheap 3 on the road. Love a small road favorite. And on the flip side, you've got Mike Tomlin in this role as a home dog in prime time. I don't expect us to move off the 3. I also don't know that I'm going to play it. Lean to Pittsburgh because we're home dog guys, and I think we're Tomlin dog guys. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers won by a touchdown. So I might stay off it. The total has been interesting. This opened at 43.5, and now we're 45.5. So that's been the biggest move in the game, to knock it through the 44, support for the offense, Green Bay, Pittsburgh.
It's going to be hard for me not to take Pittsburgh in the spot. It is Steelers or nothing. I'm getting a full field goal. Steelers at home. You got extra rest for Tomlin's crew. They're not in that role of a favorite. Not very good. And that's what happened last week against the Cincinnati Bengals as they were upset. Been off since, and they've been preparing for this spot against Green Bay. I was surprised to see that it's the first time Rodgers is facing his former team. I'm like, I could have sworn we've seen this before, but we haven't. And then you got Tomlin off a loss. Tomlin off a loss as an underdog. Tomlin as a home dog off a loss. Like, there's like all these things that are coming together. Not that we're the biggest trends players in the world, but it's a spot that Tomlin has thrived through the years. And when you look at the Steelers defense, numbers, are they as bad as the numbers are? I don't know. There have been some weeks where they were missing a lot of guys, like much of the secondary was completely out. And then you've got the Packers side of things where it's just been week after week. Yes, they're doing enough to get the job done, but it's not happening in impressive fashion. And some people would say, that's a skill. They just get it done. But it doesn't mean they're going to get it done against the point spread. And that's the world that we live in. So are you going to take them to win by at least a field goal, more than a field goal, on the road? I'm not quite there. I've been a little underwhelmed ever since the second week of the season. That's where I've been at with Green Bay. So I'm going to be on the Steelers +3. Like, I have bet this spot over the years so many times, and I don't see getting off it at this point. Like, I've bet this spot so many times with much worse quarterbacks than Aaron Rodgers. And I'll do it again.
So we've talked about how trendy the Steelers are. There are a lot of things that are trite and true with them. You don't want to back them when they go on the road Thursday night against a divisional opponent. You don't want to do that. They're awful in those roles. But in this role, as a home dog, Mike Tomlin against the spread, 22-7-3.
Yeah. It's automatic, man. Off a loss, 61-46 against the spread. As a dog off a loss, 25-14. As a home dog off a loss, 12-3 against the spread. Not straight up, against the spread. And we're getting 3 points. I'm going to end up being on that side. There's no doubt about that one. All right, let's give a quick preview Monday night. We will have a full breakdown of this game, of course, on Monday's show. but we've got the Commandos at the Chiefs. The Commandos without their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels. He's out with a hamstring. They lose to the Cowboys last week. What is going to be on this team? Like, he didn't have his top 3 receivers in that loss to Dallas, and now they've got to go on the road to face Patrick Mahomes, a team that looks like the best team in football right now. Offensively, they're there, and now they're healthy. Now they've got Rice back. He makes his return last week, gets into the end zone twice. You knew that was going to happen. The defense pitches a shutout against the Vegas Raiders, and now you're facing a Commandos team that has a backup quarterback in Marcus Mariota. The line is up to 12.5. I wonder how high this is going to climb. Are we going to get to 13? Are we going to get past 13 this weekend? So Chiefs laying a monster number against the Commanders. They were in this role last week. They won and covered easily. Will they do it again?
It sounds like McLaurin is going to be okay to go for Washington. That's a big deal for Mariota. I was sitting here on Tuesday, Wednesday saying, I'm going to take the points. We'll just see how high it goes. And I didn't think we were going to get to 13, but man, we're there at Pinnacle and Chris right now. Now, BetMGM has a 12.5. You have a couple other 13s offshore. If you like the dog, probably just wait. I don't think there's going to be this influx of cash on Washington as a double-digit dog with a backup quarterback. I don't think that's going to happen, but I can assure you the people are going to come out and they're going to bet Kansas City. And when all these parlays kind of roll to Monday night, not money line parlays, but spread parlays, I don't see a world where we're sitting 11.5, 11, 10.5 again. I would guess that this is probably going to go 13, maybe 13.5 by kickoff. This is Monday night, remember. So after everybody's either flush with cash or out of cash, well, I'll get it back on the Chiefs. I'll lay this number because it's Marcus Mariota. If you like the dog, I would just wait. In my newsletter, I put out 12.5 because I put them out Friday morning. I will also probably put Washington in contest. I think the number is just too big. It's a big number off a 31-0 win, off of flex the week before. I think that Washington is catching too many points, and I don't think the Chiefs are going to throttle them the way they throttled the Raiders, but I guess I'm willing to find out on Monday night.
Yep, no doubt about that. Pinnacle and Buckeye already at 13. So I would think you're right, that's where the market is going to end up going at that number of 13. 10 minutes from now, our buddy Tommy Lorenzo will be dropping by. He's going to have some NFL plays, college football, and World Series angles, including the World Series MVP. Looking forward to that conversation with one Tommy Lorenzo. Joe O, Sammy P with you. Let's keep things rolling here in the NFL. What about Miami and Atlanta? You got a team in Miami on the road. You're wondering, is this all quit? The Falcons are coming off a loss where they just didn't look very good on Sunday night against San Francisco. Kind of, you could say they ran into a buzzsaw. They were on an emotional high. They were looking to get that game for Fred Warner, and they did. Atlanta is at home, laying 7.5. Yeah, it feels like a big number, but it should be a big number when you're looking at fading the Dolphins. You've got a team that's probably quit, a head coach that is about to be fired any day now, Tua on the road. He stinks in that role, and a defense that can't stop anybody. And now let's go to our home environment with our explosive offense of Bijan Robinson and Drake London, and let's see what we can do. So that's why the number's sitting 7.5.
Go bet those Bijan props now because they will only get bigger over the course of the weekend. I was laughing at this morning. I looked at his touchdown prop. I got the range right here. To score a touchdown, he's as high as minus 250. And honestly, that might be cheap considering where it could close. When you get to Saturday and Sunday and everybody's making their touchdown parlay bets, they're going to put in Bijan Robinson. So if you're going to make a touchdown parlay, maybe lock in your price now, but I'm more so talking about the yards. I'm not going to sit here and tell people to bet him to score a touchdown. You don't need to listen to Bet Sweats for me to tell you Bijan's going to score. You can do that on your own. What I will say, though, is the receiving yards and the rushing yards. These numbers will go up. The rushing number is 88.5 at Blue Book. BetMGM has 91.5. Where does that number close by Sunday? We got 2 full days left to go before kickoff. Where's the rushing prop on Sunday? It's probably not 88.5, Joe.
Yep. Let's look in recent weeks. All right, last week, Quinshon Judkins, 25 rushes, 84 yards, 3 touchdowns. Before that, Vidal, 124 yards. Panthers game, Dowdle, 206 rushing yards and a touchdown. Breece Hall even got 81. That terrible Jets offense. James Cook, 108 and a touchdown all year, man. Even the Patriots ran on them. Jonathan Taylor, he had a pretty good game, and that was back in week number 1. It's everything's going to go through Bijan. Like, there's no hiding it. And you're right. This 88.5 is going to be, all right, when you're on the air, and I'm on the air doing game day right before you, will this be higher or lower than 94.5 for rushing?
I think that's a good number, considering that BetMGM is the high side and they're at 91.5. Definitely going to be higher than 91.5.
Mm-hmm.
We guessing lines here? 91.5 is too low. 97.5 is too high.
The difference is we're predicting the future. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't have a screen with the answer to the test in front of us.
91.5 is a little too low. 97.5 feels a little high. 94.5, right in the middle.
All right, Gilly. That's a good one. I like it. Good call. Bijan props are going to be popular. I'm not going to argue with you if you want to go 2+ touchdowns. That's probably going to hit as well. I will be using Atlanta in Survivor. And
Survivor,
this is a good teaser leg as well. Another good teaser leg. Hey, it's a week of teaser legs, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes the board doesn't give you much. This week, the board is giving you plenty of options. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We'll get back to the NFL card during our 2-minute drill coming up this next hour. But next, let's talk World Series, college football, NFL. Our buddy Tommy Lorenzo hangs out. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you another hour on this Friday. We'll get to lightning bets later on, figure out our contest plays as a show. We will get to the room as well, find out where the room is at heading into the weekend of college football and NFL action. But right now, let's bring in Tommy Lorenzo at Sportsbook Tom over on X. He has the Cover the Weekend sports betting podcast, latest episode. Saw that released yesterday, so make sure you check that out. Tommy, not sure if you're aware, but you are part of one of my favorite parts every week, the open for our Survivor segment that we do on Thursday. It's you talking about how it's the beer bong of all the contests, and I know you have a lot of experience with all the contests out there in Vegas.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. That Survivor, man. I know a lot of people love it, man. That for me is just gut wrenching every week to be part of Survivor. I like the contest a little more. It gives you time to pick several games and go that route with it. But the NFL hasn't been too terrible this year. There have been a lot of bombs there, but it's coming. You know that there's going to be that week where a lot of people get wiped out. So it's fun to see, and NFL is just crazy. So. Survivor's fun, but I'm more of the contest type thing with the week to week stuff.
We have to start with your ball cap that you got on the show right now, the Dodgers cap. I know you have them hooked with a bunch of things. You've been betting Dodgers like for months, and I think you started that process before the season and maybe added more during the season. How you feeling about getting there against Toronto?
You got to feel good if you're a Dodger fan with the pitching rotation, the way the bats are, looking like they're waking up, and they're in full playoff mode now. A lot of people were, I don't know if panicking, but a little nervous during the season. There was some lulls in there. They weren't the number one seed, didn't get anywhere close to their season win total, things of that nature. But that pitching rotation, it goes four deep, and all four of those guys can be an ace on pretty much 90% of MLB teams. So you got to be good. You got to be looking good if you're a Dodger fan. But the Blue Jays are good, and as a very young teen back in '88, I remember Canseco, McGuire, and that bunch. They were a juggernaut, and the scrappy '88 Dodgers beat them in 6. So this is going to be a good series. The Blue Jays are tough. They hit very well, but I think the difference is going to be the pitching.
Yeah, probably right there. We've seen it play out already, right? Like the concern coming into the playoffs. Well, yeah, the Dodgers are awesome, but they don't have a bullpen. And then what we've seen from the starting pitching is, okay, all right, let's push them a little bit. We don't even have to go to the bullpen because that's how elite these arms are right now. And so that's what we've seen so far. Can't wait to see what happens tonight. Before we get to MVP, I know you've got a play there. Do you have an angle or a thought? I know you're big Dodgers, same here as far as the futures go. But as far as tonight's matchup, is this the best chance for the Jays to jump out in front in the series? Like after Dodgers sitting so long, how do you view this matchup?
Yeah, I think a lot's being talked about the break that the Dodgers have. Will they be ready to go? Or are they going to be a little rusty? I think they'll be just fine. I think the key is game 2, really. I think Blake Snell tonight's going to go out, be dominant. Blue Jays hitters have struggled mightily against lefties. As good as they've been, they've not faced a lot of lefties over the last 30 days. They've been hammering the right-handed pitchers. So I think the key is zeroing in on tonight. I'm on the Dodgers run line. Blake Snell over his K-prop. I think the Dodgers take care of business tonight. Excuse me. The game 2 is going to be the key because I don't think Yamamoto matches up well with these Blue Jays hitters. That's the game that concerns me. I think the Dodgers go in there, get this one, but then game 2 is going to be, I don't know if pivotal is a word, but it's going to be the opportunity, I think, for the Blue Jays, to hit Yamamoto. Yamamoto keeps the ball down against undisciplined guys, tears them apart. But against these Blue Jays hitters, I think Yamamoto's going to have a little bit of a rough go, perhaps.
Let's go to college football. I love this. This is so you. When it's a good story, it doesn't mean it's a good bet. You're taking out Vandy this weekend. Why?
Going against Vandy, Pavia, and the good story. Look, I love Vandy. I love what they're doing. They're fun to watch. They've become a public team, though. They are the public team now. And, as we talked about, Sammy, they're getting 80% of the money in this game. And that line against Missouri, is their opponent, is just stuck at 2.5. There may be a rogue 3 out there, but the sports books aren't moving it. They're happy to keep that line at 2.5 and keep that Vandy money coming in. Look, Missouri's defense is legit. And this is the best. I know Vandy's faced a couple of toughies already. This is the absolute best defense that Vandy has faced or will face this season. Now, I know Missouri offensively maybe isn't that explosive, but I just think that defense is going to go in there and keep them in this game. And if I can get 2.5, I'm still waiting for that 3 to pop up. I like Mizzou here as, Vandy, like I said, is the public favorite right now.
Let's talk about that exact same number. BYU, a short road favorite at Iowa State. What do you think?
Well, everything's lining up for Iowa State, right? Coming off 2 losses, they get the bye week. They have a talented offense, great quarterback. Rocco Beck is a very good quarterback. But in this case, I think BYU's getting disrespected. Yes, they're coming off that emotional game versus Utah. There's just a lot of narratives here that say, yeah, Iowa State's in a position to win. But again, I go back to defense, and Iowa State has no defense. Their defense is atrocious. BYU is well coached, disciplined, and BYU's defense, they're fantastic against the pass, and that's Rocco Beck, Iowa State's strength there. So I think BYU is going to win outright. They're going to go in there and win. There's going to be a time to fade BYU. They got a couple of toughies coming up here after this game, but I think they go into Iowa State and get the win.
What about the status of Devin Dampier? How much would that change for you at Utah? So as we know, he's questionable. And Whittingham, I don't trust to begin with because we did this song and dance last 2 years with Cam Rising. They're saying he's questionable. He definitely got hurt in the last game. They taped the ankle up. They spatted it. They're a 13.5-point favorite. Any interest if he's in? Any interest if he's out in this game at all?
None. And because like you said, Kyle Whittingham can use the excuse he's had quarterback issues, things like that. There's other teams that have had their quarterback go down and next guy comes in and they're still competitive. Utah has not performed the way they should have. And, with Dampier, very athletic, very good quarterback, but there's a difference in conferences. When you're coming over to the Big 12, obviously he's seen the difference right away. So, no, I'm not touching Utah. I'll sit back and watch and see what happens. But, Dampier had a lot of Heisman talk before the season, but this is becoming the recurring theme with Utah. And, to lay 2 touchdowns, no thank you.
With Tommy Lorenzo here on Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Another play you have, college football. How about some Friday night action? We've got Virginia Tech laying 6 at most spots to Cal tonight. What's the angle?
Yeah, Virginia Tech getting all the money. That seems to be the theme this week to kind of take a stance against the teams getting all the money here. This line has moved to 6, and to me, I can't. I'm not going to lay 6 with a team like Virginia Tech. They got a little bit of a bump when they made the coaching change, but this is still not a good team, still not a good defense. Offensively, they're challenged. It's going to be a fun game to watch. I'm assuming tonight's going to be the Enter Sandman night since it's nationally televised Friday night. So that'll be fun for Virginia Tech. Maybe they beat Cal. Cal's been a little inconsistent, but with their rookie quarterback, I like what they're doing. They're getting a little more conservative in their offense because as long as they don't turn the ball over, and Virginia Tech, their defensive backs are bad. They have one of the lowest interception rates on defense in all of college football. They're almost dead last. So as long as Cal doesn't turn the ball over tonight, the game will be close. Virginia Tech might squeak it out, but 6 points is too much. I like the underdog in this one.
I know there's another game that is sort of off the path that you're going to like that we would never even think about. And when you do cover the weekend, I always see your recaps on social, and it's like, of course, Tommy was on that game. And of course it won. Is there a down the board game that you circle for this week?
Yeah, New Mexico. If you want to talk about the obscure ones, you got Utah State there, but New Mexico at home, Utah State, Bronco Mendenhall, great job with that team. Great offense, absolutely no defense. And I think New Mexico at home will get the job done tonight. I like New Mexico's offense. They've played some tough teams already. They went into UCLA. UCLA obviously was a different team then and spanked them at the Rose Bowl. I just think New Mexico is being overlooked a little bit. when you see -3, a lot of people are going to gravitate to Utah State, but man, their defense is awful. And on the road, their defense has been absolutely horrendous. If the game was in Utah, then I'd probably lay off, but I'll lay a few points and go against Bronco Mendenhall and Utah State tonight, or tomorrow
Tommy,
night, excuse me.
Sure. Before we jump over to the NFL, I did want to follow up on the World Series. You talked about just that matchup and what we think happens in Game 1 and Game 2. But let's talk MVP. I grabbed a couple of guys at triple digits on the Dodgers, hoping that we'd be in this position. What is your thought process when it comes to World Series MVP?
Well, World Series MVP, I think you've got to look for value. Freddie Freeman was double digits last year. I didn't have him, unfortunately, but it's a small window of games that you got to have a guy perform. Shohei obviously is a big favorite. I don't think you can, go plus 160 on him. If you think the Dodgers are going to win the series, maybe that's an alternate bet instead of, laying the minus money on the Dodgers to win the series. You go with that. But to me, I think Max Muncy offers the best value here. Anywhere from 25, 35 to 1. Hammers right-handed pitching, over a 900 OPS against righties. And if you look at what he's done against some of these Blue Jays pitchers, against Gossman, 3 home runs, 333 average. Against Chris Bassett, although Bassett's kind of being used out of the bullpen, 364, 3 home runs. He's homered off of Scherzer as well. So I think if you're looking deep for someone that offers value, he's a little lower in the lineup, obviously. And that Blue Jays pen's not very good. So, I think Muncy has a lot of value at that number. That's really the only one I made. I made a small play on Blake Snell as well. He's going to get his 2 starts. And if he's lights out in both of those and there's not a hitter that really steps up, I think he's a candidate too. I've seen him anywhere from 15 to 20 to 1.
Joe's got Teoscar and Muncy at 100 to 1 a pop before the playoffs.
Oh, beautiful number. Beautiful number.
We talked about him on the show, and I'm like, that's a really good idea. And then I didn't do it. And Joe's just been watching them appreciate for weeks.
Numbers still good, though. I mean, you're still getting, 20, 30 to 1 on those guys. So.
Muncy 35, Sam. Jump in. It's warm.
I got to save my money, Joe.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, let's jump to the NFL. Tommy, where do you want to start? What has your attention for Sunday?
Well, I'm a big NFL teaser guy, because I just immerse myself in college so much that when I get to the NFL, I try to, get an angle or get some value on the teaser side. If Lamar goes, the Ravens right now are about 6.5. Teasing them down to a pick 'em, I think works. Chicago's defense is pretty bad. Chicago might make a game out of it. Putting any money on Baltimore nowadays is a tricky deal. But if Lamar's back and, you'd hope Baltimore at home would take care of business on the tees. Also, hold your nose with this one. I like the Jets. And again, I'll tease them up all the way into double digits as well. Again, it's a defensive play. The Bengals don't have a good defense. I think the Jets can stay in contact in that one. And then we'll see what happens in the KC Washington game. I mean, that line has gotten pretty high there, and no respect for Mariota or the Commanders. A lot of people are automatically saying KC's back to being one of the Super Bowl favorites and all that. I don't know yet. We're going to have to see. They've looked pretty good, but it's still, to me, the jury's out on KC. And to lay this many points, even without Washington's starting quarterback in there, that's another teaser that I'll be looking at too. They're about 12.5 now, so getting that up to 18.5, I think would work for me in a teaser combination. Those are the 3 teams I'm looking at in terms of doing a round robin teaser, 3-team, things like that.
You're a Giants guy. I know that because you went to party in New Orleans and they didn't have the frozen Irish coffees at the bar I sent you to. I felt really bad about that. The frozen Irish coffee machines, yeah, they were sold out. They were out of money because all you Giants fans drank them out. That said, I mean, your guys are a fun story. The Eagles in a teaser, considering they were 7-point favorites at New York, and now they're 7-point favorites at home against that same team. That number feels a little light. In a teaser, you can get it down to 1.
Certainly worth putting in a teaser leg there for sure. The Giants are a great story, and there is hope for the future. But, There's an old sports handicapper in Vegas. His name was Kelso Sturgeon, and this is going back to the 90s. He had a saying, good teams find ways to win, bad teams find ways to lose. And with all the talent the Giants have, and it's great, and they got good young players, they always find ways to lose still. That's been evident this season against the Cowboys, that game against the Saints that I intended, multiple turnovers when they had a comfortable lead. And then last week against Denver. So, yeah, I think the Eagles and probably will cover, but in a teaser leg, I think very strong.
Tommy Lorenzo, follow him on X at SportsbookTom. He's got the Cover the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. Thank you, Tommy. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We'll find out where the room is at next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
go no huddle with the Bet Sweats 2-minute drill on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
We'll go to the room. We'll find out where the room is at. College football, NFL, maybe MLB props for tonight. We'll see where the room is for this evening and this weekend. A lot going on there, but we have a few more NFL games that we have not covered yet in this show. So we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, for this 2-minute drill. Paul?
Hey guys, personally, I'm excited for the room this week. They never cease to impress or amaze. So we'll get.
I know they're
shortly.
on Bama. I already know they're on Bama.
College football 0-5 last week.
They're
0-5.
0-5. That's right. And then 5-0 in the NFL somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, let's run through these last couple NFL games. We'll start with one of the best teams in football, Colts, laying 14 against the Titans. Anything on this one, Joe?
Monster number. Colts against Titans. Am I willing to back the Titans? No. They got no coach bump last week.
For like a half. Yeah.
I can't get there. I can't. Did they say if Simmons is going to play or not? I mean, he's like their most impactful player, but I don't know that he's going to be out there. And guess what? Here's your Colts offensive line. Here's Quentin Nelson. Go see if you can win this matchup by yourself because you're the only player on defense. I want nothing to do with this game. We were talking about some of the touchdown props, Bijan ones, how expensive those are. Go take a look at the Jonathan Taylor props now. Taylor against this dead-ass team. They played for like a quarter under their new head coach against the Patriots last week, and then they decided to give up. So I don't want anything to do with this game. I'm not even laying the 14. Are you doing anything, Sam?
No. I'm surprised you didn't consider Colts for Survivor a little bit more. No?
Oh, yeah, no. I'm using them in the spots that I have not used Indy, for sure. It's a great Survivor spot. You have the biggest favorite on the board by margin, and then they're going against the worst team in the NFL, and the Colts do not have an easy schedule the rest of the way. So this is a perfect spot to use them if you have them available.
So in offense terms, they are first in sacks allowed, first in yards per play, first in points per game, first in points per drive. This is a layup against the Titans. It should be.
Mm-hmm.
47 and a half.
I want to see this touchdown. Oh, yeah. The
minus
price.
250.
Keep going.
North of 3?
On Taylor?
No.
Oh, he's minus 400 to score.
Wow. Keep going.
Can we bet the no?
Don't do it.
Wouldn't mind it. No, don't do it.
Minus 500?
I got to look it up because I see the best prices. Green Book, $425. Blue Book, also $425. They don't list BetMGM, so I'm assuming that means they're even higher.
Wow.
Let me take one quick peek at the prop shop. To score a touchdown.
No, they don't show it.
They don't.
They list the top 3 prices. So that means it's even higher.
Damn.
For how much? What is that? It's got to be 450, right?
Here's the crazy number, though, Paul. To score 2 touchdowns, he's plus 125.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
He's minus 400 at BetMGM, by the way.
Okay. Oh, yeah, minus 400. I don't know why they don't have that listed. $4. He's that good? He's good.
He's got to score.
But
he's got to score.
Why do you need him on the field, though? That's my thing. Like, he should play half the game, probably.
All right, moving on. Jets plus 6.5 at the Bengals. Finally, someone seeing the Jets late with me. Tommy Lorenzo. Total of 44.5. Sam, anything here?
It would be Jets or pass, but it's definitely a pass. I don't want to lose on this game. I could handle losses on some teams and some games, not on this one.
Yeah, I get it. I understand a lot of the people that I respect that are laying out the case for the Jets. Tommy, one of them. And Paul, you're there too?
Yeah.
On the Jets? Okay. I understand where they're coming from. Let's see what the offense can do. Like, you got to get to a certain point. What is the marker for Tyrod's offense to cover this number? You should be able to score. As bad as the Bengals defense is, I think with this number, people are going too far on Flacco. That was everything just lined up last week and the connection that he had with Chase. And now the market has caught up. Now you're not getting any sort of a bargain. They're not a big dog. They're a big favorite. They're almost laying a touchdown and they can't stop a nosebleed. So what are we doing here? It's 6.5. I understand it, but I will not be lining up with my American dollars, the ones that I have left on the New York Jets.
That's fair. All right. One more game before we get to the room, which you might also see in the room, surprisingly to me. Bucks laying 4 at the Saints. Anything here?
As this number shrinks and shrinks and shrinks,
Doing it
I'm
again.
thinking we might have to do Bucks. No, other side. Were you thinking I was going to say Saints?
Well, I cheated on the test because I have information, so I will not be on the Bucks.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Okay. I'm looking forward to that. We'll see what the injury report, the final injury report of the week is for the Bucks. It's going to be big. Like, this is just such a beat up team. Evans makes his return last week, and now he's gone. Ibuka had a limited practice on Thursday. We'll see what happens. Godwin, he's not going to play. Bucky Irving, he's not going to play again. So it's like Baker alone. On Monday night, he had his struggles. That was his worst game of the year. So is he going to be able to bounce back, or are all the issues offensively, all the players that they're missing, finally catching up to him? But if this number keeps dropping, it's going to be hard for me to pass and say I'm not interested in the Bucks at -3.5, 4.
Yeah, no thanks, Paul. Sorry. I know we've moved these games to the room for a reason. I have no interest here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even on the total, like nothing. I absolutely despise this game.
Yeah, I can't do it with the Saints again. Hit the bell. I don't care.
Nope.
All right. Gerch, it is time.
Where's the room?
It's so funny. What is it, Paul?
You know what has to end up on one of those
The image?
doors?
Huh?
That's good.
Us?
Yeah,
Us?
the logo. Yes.
Look,
Just our bodies
three
piled
doors?
behind the doors.
It just hit
3
me.
doors?
Like, oh,
3 of
God,
us on
what
the
a-
air right now? Yeah.
Oh, what
Which
an
door
image.
am I? Which
Yeah.
one has blood? Sam, that's Sam's door. With the
I'll
blood.
be for sure. I'll be in the blood moon.
Nice.
Let's go.
All right. So some other people that'll be in the blood moon. Let's go to college football first. Most
This
popular
would be-
sides for the college football weekend at BetMGM. Sam, you nailed it. I forget when you first mentioned it, but you're all over it. Alabama laying 11.5 at South Carolina.
That's number 1 or number 5?
Number 5.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Still makes me happy because the room is awful at college football. So I'm on South Carolina. Alabama has played Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, and Tennessee in 4 straight weeks. All top 25 teams. Beat them all. Covered 3. Pushed against Mizzou. Now you got to get up for South Carolina. I don't love the spot. And now, of course, the room is an Alabama fan after not being an Alabama fan for most of that winning streak. Remember, the room was on Georgia against Alabama. The room was on Vandy against Alabama. Now the room is on Alabama. The room is always late to the party, as we know.
I just realized that the room lost the top 3 props from last night's Thursday night game. Just unbelievable. Crazy. Oh, man. Wentz over 11.5 rushing yards. How many
0
rushing
for
yards?
0.
0. Awesome.
Yeah, I saw that Wentz prop a couple places. All right, Texas A&M -2.5 at LSU. The room is going on the road this week. just as a heads up. So another road team, this a road favorite, Aggies -2.5 at LSU.
Good. I got LSU too, Joe.
Was Tommy on LSU or was that something?
Tommy's
that
on
was
Mizzou.
Kelly.
Chuck?
Kelly likes LSU.
Kelly likes LSU.
Okay.
I mean, how many night games in LSU and SEC plays LSU catching points at home?
I saw
Like,
the Bears on LSU, right?
Yes, Bear is too.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Be the
This is great. The room is on UCLA +24.5 at Indiana.
I love Indiana. Love them. give me Hoosiers all day.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gertz. I don't know what Gertz really wants. I feel like he enjoys them losing, but they don't lose. So he hasn't had much enjoyment of Indiana football this year. But yeah, that's the play. Yeah, there's too much love on UCLA. And the run they've gone on, respected. Look at the teams they've beaten. Now you play a real team. Indiana.
All right. Number 2 most bet side at BetMGM for the college football weekend. They're going back to Ole Miss. +5.5 at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I like Oklahoma here. Mateer should be as healthy as he's been post-injury. I hate the Ole Miss defense. It's a problem.
Yeah.
I love it. I love this. I was thinking that they might be a public dog. People love to bet on Lane Kiffin for some reason.
Yeah.
Whether they
That's
win or
gotta be
lose,
it,
they're going to
right?
go back to that well. And then you look at Mateer. He hasn't been anything special coming back from the injury. Okay, you could see that coming. And you look at this number, 5.5. It looks big to people when you have questions about the quarterback play. So I'm not surprised that we've got a couple of honestly, if you're like, okay, there are going to be 2 public dogs in the room, which one will they be? I think these are 2 obvious guesses, Ole Miss and UCLA so far. Man, I'll be fading those for sure. All right, number 1
I have
overall,
a guess.
Paul.
I have a guess who number 1 is. I don't know this, but I have a feeling because I can see it on Paul's face. It's Virginia, isn't it?
Ooh, close. Right letter.
Oh.
Wrong team.
Oh. Vandy?
Vandy. -2.5.
Oh, Vandy's dead. Vandy's dead for sure. Dead.
Obvious.
Huge.
Dead. Knife. Oh.
Wait, so no, don't bet on him for Heisman?
I wouldn't.
No.
Okay.
I thought for sure it was going to be Virginia because everybody's on Virginia too.
Not
I'm
everybody.
happy to dodge that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're just North Carolina's off the radar. Like people just don't care. It's so bad. They kind of forgot about it. All right, but you can bet Virginia if you want. I will. I'll lay the 10.5.
Yeah.
I love this.
All right.
I love the 2 dogs. I love those 2. That not number 1, number 2, and number 3 stand out to me.
Mizzou and LSU.
No.
Oh, you going against the 2 dogs. Going against the 2 dogs.
Yes,
I got you.
yes.
Indiana
Going
and
with-
Oklahoma.
Correct.
I'm on a bunch of dogs this week in college. I've got, let's see, of the ones that you gave out, I'm on South Carolina, LSU, Missouri, and Toledo. I found myself on a bunch of dogs this week.
All right. Let's squeeze in the NFL room real quick. I guess the room was influenced by the Giants' collapse. 5th most best side at BetMGM for the NFL weekend is Eagles, -7.5.
All right. Popular team.
Number 4, not so surprising. Prime time. Tomlin has a dog. Still like it. Steelers +3.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand why. This one's interesting. I guess Niners as a dog. Niners +1.5.
Oh, Sammy.
Don't love that. Nope.
Oh, a couple dogs. Top 2 slots. What do we have?
This one I don't understand because no interest in the game. Bucks -4.
I'm out on that. That was a question mark.
Saints.
No.
I did Saints last week, and no, I'm good.
No. Rattlers 4 turnovers, pass.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready? Bears. plus 6.5.
When you were that excited, I'm like, it's going Bears.
Yeah.
He fell out of the chair. Can we
serious?
talk about that?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Bears are the number one pick. Enjoy every second of that. I love the Ravens coming into the week. I like them today. Now I love them. Oh, come on. Stop. Enjoy that. 3 dogs, Sam. 3 dogs in the NFL, 2 dogs in college football in the room. I love this. We
All
should
they
parlay
bet
all
is
those
favorites. All they bet is favorites, and now they're betting dogs. Perfect.
Beautiful. Lightning bets next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way. Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Football Friday. We will be here Sunday morning as well. I've got BetMGM Game Day with Jason Lockenfor and Kate Constable. And then Sam's got You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff 2 hours right before the game gets going. All right, let's get to our contest plays. And you may have missed some important news about the show earlier on. If you did, go back on the Odyssey app and check out the Friday Feels segment. Check out the podcast. It's all segmented over there. If you are not subscribed to the podcast, please make sure that you are subscribed and check out the Friday Feels segment where you can get the details on the show's future. All right, let's get to our contest plays. We throw out plays that we like, and we see if we can come up with a consensus 5 that we are backing. Ravens -6.5, guys. Is there anybody that is against Ravens -6.5?
That was my first nomination.
Okay.
As the person currently in first place in the Chicago Media Contest, I approve.
I hope that Chicago
really
Media Contest takes the Bears.
Oh, wow.
Are you?
Yeah, tied for first.
Who, with? Snorling.
Snorling. Old Snorls.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah. Former
Shay.
BetMGM Network alum.
Yes. He's with Catman. Oh, how the world works. Sam's guy, Cap, Shay, and Cap together in the morning. That's how it goes. He's in first. Where are you at, Sam?
I am in 15th.
Oh, damn.
Yes.
You and Joe.
I keep going 2 and 3. It's been awesome.
I went 2 and 3. I'm in 9th place. I'm tied with Jim Miller.
Joe's a
and Rick
point
Camp.
and a half ahead of me, talking smack. Joe's like barely above me.
I'm below 500, talking smack. Where you at? Yeah, no, it's still all bunched up. I mean, you could win. You just got to get on a heater. You have a couple. Yes, you can. You're back by 7. You could win. And we've got more than half the season left. Anyways, better win, especially now. One of the 3 of us, I hope.
One of us, I hope. Yeah.
Hey,
Survivor just became a little higher stakes, Joe.
Let's have a conversation about this donation at the end of the year. I think this should all go to the winner. What do you think?
I haven't even paid yet. I'm not paying.
Okay, MJ. Yeah.
Let me sign a couple basketballs. That'll please him.
Yeah. Right. Okay, we've got the Ravens. What else do we have, Sam?
I like the Commanders. I think that's way too many points. But I understand if people don't want to take the Commanders. What's the number in the contest? 12.5?
12.5. Yep.
I think it's a good
Not
bet.
a bad number.
Yeah.
Mariota? Are the Chiefs going to cover double-digit home favorites in back-to-back weeks? Historically, something that they have not done.
Guess who they play next?
What is it?
The Bills in Buffalo.
Bills. Yeah.
Okay.
Short week.
12.5. We will take the 12.5. That's Sam's play. How about you, Paul?
Browns plus 6. We got 6.5, but I think they're live in the game.
Damn, they gave us a bad number.
Yeah.
Wish it was 7, but I'm not laying it with New England. Not in this spot. Could be wrong. But yeah, I agree with that on the Browns side. All right, what else we have? We've got I hated seeing the Steelers in the room. Hated it.
Who cares? You know they're going to win.
Eagles are 7.5. Yeah, you're right. Let's go Pittsburgh. It's not college football room stuff. I'm on Pittsburgh plus a field goal. Agree?
Sure.
Yep.
It's never the Packers.
I was gonna nominate either Buffalo or Philly. I think we're gonna probably lean toward Buffalo because we get a better number.
Are they both
7
Buffalo,
on Buffalo, 7.5 Philly.
I like Philly more. What do you have a preference, Paul?
To be a tiebreaker, I was going to throw out the Jets. So
no.
Overruled.
We know.
Yeah.
Hey, we know you're in first place, but no.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let the guys at the bottom tell you how this is going.
The guy's literally picking better than anybody in the contest. Nope.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? You know what? Let's do it. I'm in. Now I'm in.
Really?
Yeah, let's do. Why not? He's in first place.
Why not? Because it's the Jets. How many times have
Jets
you
Browns
mentioned
money
Jets?
line.
Running
How many
circles
times?
around us.
Are they that bad against the spread?
I don't
What
have
wa-
the Jets spread record memorized.
What was the game the other day that Paul refused to jump in on? But he was like, but I'll do
Wentz, you fools.
Oh, it was Wentz.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
I
what
did
I'm
take-
saying.
I did take Wentz. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The Jets are ATS.
3 and 4.
They are okay. 3 and 4. Got it. I just found it too. Let's just do it, Jeff.
I'm fine. I'm
Then we
actually fine with it. The
Then we
Bengals
can
should
make
not
fun
be
of him if it
6.5 point
loses.
favorites.
Yeah,
when,
it'll be
when
yeah,
Paul
that'll
goes
be
0 and 5, we'll dance on his grave.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. So we have 3 dogs, 2 favorites. That sounds about right. The favorites, Baltimore minus 6.5. No, I'm sorry, 4 dogs. Yeah. 4 dogs, 1 favorite. The only favorite, the Ravens. The dogs, Washington plus 12.5, Cleveland plus 6.5, Pittsburgh plus 3, and the Jets plus 6.5. So there you have it. All right, let's throw out some lightning bets. Sam, why don't we come up with the college list? What is your official list? I mean, we talked about some of it yesterday, some of it last segment, but let's get to a solid list here for college football this weekend.
Yeah, college has been fine for me this year. It's been the NFL. It's been just a nightmare. I just keep taking dogs that get cracked. Like last week, I went Eagles, then I took Saints, and the Saints turned it over 4 times. I just keep going either 500 or under 500 in the NFL. It's very frustrating. But in college, I went Toledo, South Carolina, LSU, Missouri. 4 dogs, all 4.
I like way too many favorites this weekend. This is a little uncomfortable, but a lot of favorites I do like. I'll probably tell you on some of those dogs, but I do like Oklahoma and Indiana. We talked about it last segment. I was leaning that way, and then, yep, everybody's jumping. Not everybody, but a lot of people are jumping on those public dogs there, and you never want to be on those. At Virginia, yeah, I think they're going to smash North Carolina. That's going to continue. Add them to the list of teams that destroy the Tar Heels. Virginia minus 10.5. I think that's a good spot for them. And NFL, we talked about a lot of the sides that I like. Eagles, Ravens, Browns, Steelers. Ones that I could get there in contests are, I could get there with the Falcons. There's just so much give up. But with the NFL this week, it's just set up for so many teaser options. Like there are so many that you could mix and match just with the way the numbers fell this week with all of these point spreads right around a touchdown. That's what I find to be very interesting. I'm backing off the Bucs after seeing how popular they are. Like, so the room is telling us the Bucs are really popular with the public, but the line keeps heading south. Okay, but I don't want to bet the Saints, so I'm just going to walk away. It's okay to do that with some games. That's what I'll be doing. World Series. Let's talk about it. Are we doing anything as far as the World Series? I've got Dodgers futures, World Series MVP futures, possibly adding. Anybody doing anything with Game 1 tonight?
No, but I added Muncie 35-1 MVP.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Show bet.
Same.
Is it a
Bad
show
number.
bet?
Bad number, but whatever.
Jake, did you do anything with Muncie or anybody else?
I mean, yeah, I have FOMO now, and we're gonna have to pay these bills somehow. So yeah, I'm in on Muncie. I'll go show bet with you guys. I do have some stuff for tonight. I like Snell under 6.5 strikeouts. This Blue Jays team it's not even about Snell. I think he'll pitch well. This Blue Jays team, they just don't strike out. Like they'd rather be waterboarded than strike out. So I think he can pitch well. I just don't think there's going to be a ton of strikeouts for him. as far as that goes. And I like Springer over 1.5 total bases too. He's been awesome, and selfishly have him for World Series MVP if the Blue Jays are somehow able to pull this off. Don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, this is a Dodgers show. How could it possibly go wrong? Can't wait.
500 on Muncie, Jake. Make you 17-5. That'd be nice.
Damn.
Be decent.
For a World
Are you still
Series
holding? Are you holding Kike Hernandez?
Gotta save money.
500?
We are holding Kike Hernandez 500-1 from like 3 weeks ago, so that would be pretty awesome.
Jake, how many World Series MVP bets do you have?
I have 3 Dodgers. I put in bets at 22-1. Kike, now Muncie, and then I just threw 2 Blue Jays in there at long prices as well. Springer 22 or 20 as well, and Varsho at 90, just to have some kind of Blue Jays coverage. Coverage, moon, shove, hover.
I'm hovering. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm hovering. Hovering on Varsho. Quite the hover.
Love a hover. Anyway, what else is going on?
Nothing.
Tell me.
What are you doing this weekend, Jake?
Yeah.
In a surprise to nobody, I am once again dog sitting. Shocker.
Who's getting drunk? More drunk than they were during the week.
I am all in.
Please,
Gerch, never again.
please, never again. Wow.
Gerch just knifed us all.
Yeah, like Friday Feels, we're putting everything out there, and then Gerch is just like on the way out the door to go for the weekend. If he was in the building, I'd be very concerned if I was in the building. I'll just say that.
I might start drinking now after that.
Yeah.
Thank God the music's here.
Yeah.
This could only go bad in the last 20 seconds of the week.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll be here till 6 p.m. Central. Can't wait.
Enjoy that. Well, we
Stockholm
got to be here
syndrome.
Sunday morning. Check it out. BetMGM game day.
See you guys tomorrow for Inside the Betting Lines.
That's right, Paul. It's what time, Paul?
11 Central, which is noon Eastern.
I'm leaving.
Asking Paul to do time zone was crazy on the way out. We know that's not his strength.
Military time.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing